Oh, I forgot to hit the go live part here. And I forgot to hit this one. Oh, brother. Session 50.
We're good, so I can start streaming.
All right, we are good to go.
Okay. Great broadcast.
All right. Cracking my knuckles here, and welcome back to session 50 of Into the Wildlands. I am your DM for this evening, Miser Mark, and we continue the downtime for our adventurers of Fading Hearts, which they went on their own ways for a little bit. Tyrion, Adaria, Mavis went to explore and talk with the Ocean Razors for a little bit, but mostly to collect the ironwood in the ship, which they realized that there was still plenty of riches there that the Ocean Razors didn't really see as important other than weapons. And on the other side, Syndra and Arizel went to investigate the former Red Fox hideout, which they not only found someone that was a captive who went through severe torture, but also triggered a somewhat backup failsafe plan where a small fire elemental was burning everything. And through both sheer luck and good dice rolls, Syndra and Arizel have managed to collect the remaining, or at least gather important intel report papers. During that time, Adaria decided to commune, or at least check into the mind, and got a really nasty vision of possibly herself, or maybe a paradox of herself, at the realm of Mechanus, in the presence of Primus and his quarrant enforcers. Now the party are back at the main, sitting down and gathering their thoughts, as well as possibly to, well, share notes. And now we begin and continue on with resuming the downtime of the Fading Heart into the Wildlands, session 50. And let's change this background music.
Woo, big Milo!
Yeah, let's put sleep like a Viking, since you guys are probably going to need some sleep after Adaria got a bit of a nosebleed.
Why do you three smell like fire? Oh wait, they're not here. Oh! Ow. Did you do something stupid again?
Wouldn't be a normal day if I didn't.
True. Which god did you talk to this time?
Didn't talk to a god, per se. I'm just starting to mess around in the weird time abyss bullshit of everything that's been happening.
Oh, fantastic. That can only go well. Is that gonna happen to me tomorrow?
I mean, as long as you don't anger him, you should be fine.
Oh. When have I been not known to anger anyone?
Always.
Exactly.
Yeah, you'll be fine. I mean, considering your mental stability, and is probably a little bit better than mine, and I haven't died to this yet, I think it'll be alright. Oh, God.
Tyrion hears Cinder walking up. She talked to something again.
Syndra just like full on. She's got a couple of like documents like clenched in her hand. Steps up. Like important thing, God. What?
Time.
Table?
Bullshit.
Right, time bullshit. So I just got through these that we got from the Red Fox.
Okay.
Everyone in the room. John D, get your girlfriend. I mean, fiance. Sorry.
Makes a
Why
sharp
are they
whistle.
involved?
Trust me, we need better information.
Tyrion stands up, just follows.
I am just as confused as John D makes a sharp whistle, and
You know, I've never seen her actually ask for anybody, so this actually may be important.
I'll just limp upstairs, don't worry.
okay, so
As she passes by. As she
Carlos,
passes
help her
by.
out.
all right, so as you are zipping about Syndra, I'm just gonna do a quick little screen scene change for Arizel and Dr. Midnight as he is coming out, and Boris looks pretty pale, even for a Minotaur of his stature. And Dr. Midnight again wiping his hands with cloth and keeping them as clean as possible, but Arzel, with your past perception, you don't need to roll for any of this, but you could see that that cloth was meant to be white. It's drenched in red coloring. And he looks to you, looks to Syndra and Tyrion passing by, and he says, "Well,
Is she alive?
yes, barely. Would you like to know what was done to her, in detail?"
I could have
And
her
you
careful
look like you were in
young.
terrible pain. Yes, well, I don't wait. Repeat that once more again, Miss Arizel.
I said I could have her to guess on what happened to her.
Right. Well, considering that if you hadn't saved her any sooner, the rotworms that were in her gut would probably have continued eating away at her, along with other things that had been done to her.
Is she conscious?
No. She's breathing, stable. He gestures his hand over to Boris, who looks, again, this big minotaur who you both know usually cheerful, even though, or the worst thing he had dealt with was having to lose his arm, but nah, he just looks very pale and looking distant. This good sir managed to help me stabilize the young lady and keep all of her vitals up, but Boris, my friend, please, head downstairs. I will treat you to a few rounds of drinks, but again, just remember her life was saved thanks to the combined efforts of us two, and I appreciate the help. With Boris just giving a slight nod. Captain, I think she...
Mana, her life. She does not die by anyone else's hands. You understand? I know you and I know exactly what they did.
I think they took it a little bit
She's
too
way
far.
more important.
I think they took it a bit to the extremes than previous captives, Captain.
I know.
He then points to Dr. Midnight. This one had to use a particular scroll, which I suppose we're even, or I owe him some thing for that. And Dr. Midnight's like, no, that's fine. I can make another scroll within a month or two. It was important since apparently she was a dire straits of it. There's a bit of a snort, but Boris will start taking his leave and make his way downstairs. And not subtly hiding it, he is stomping his way down. And just grab some of the other characters to move up
You're
there.
just gonna look over at area. That bullman is not quiet.
He's about as quiet as anyone else in our party, outside of
I'm
Mavis.
incredibly stealthy. Maybe it speaks me because she disappears in darkness for some reason. But before her, I was the stealthiest one in this party.
You still would always run up and yell though, so.
There's
But
a difference.
alright, just move everyone over there. Move this here. Zoom out a little. And ironically, Dr. Midnight will actually be joining you in that room as well.
That's fine. I almost wanted to have it in that room. It was too small.
I love how we just constantly keep running out this room and like other people are trying to get in here and it's like us always pushing someone out.
Well, that's perfectly fine. He's just doing his best to
No,
dodge.
I just find it hilarious. Of like the idea of like someone's trying to rent this room. It's like, fuck, are they up there again? God damn it.
Oh, no, Sin rented this room. You know that. She paid extra. We had one of the other rooms. She's like, nope, I want the big one on the end.
We didn't pay anything for this room. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is like the conference room at a hotel that you constantly go in, and there's always that one guy on the computer, and he looks at you every time you go in.
Sindra trances. She doesn't freaking sleep. Amarna sleeps.
Okay.
Half our party doesn't sleep, actually.
So, Smee comes in, informs you, Sindra. Hannah is currently investigating some of the the other dwarf and Sir Richard. She'll be back with some information if necessary.
Good.
And Boris looks like crap. Did something happen?
Yeah. You can ask him, but I'm guessing. You remember the time that your cousin got turned inside out?
I like to not think about it, but yes.
Yeah, that's probably about what he went through.
Well, hold on. I just get my notebook here and I'll start listening to whatever happens.
Just make sure she doesn't die. At least not yet. Alright, so if everybody's here, she will ritual cast Liamon's tiny hut to fill the room.
Woof.
Yep. Okay, first of all, since we have people here who are probably wondering why I respected them specifically, if you will show the players the report papers cross symbol.
Yeah, why the hell am I here?
Because Tiernan, this revolves Ed, and I know you love him.
Don't lie to me.
No, I will get to it. First of all, can anybody tell me where this in this? As she slides it across the table. It's supposed to be down south near Rashakan and the swamps. I was hoping that our good friend here might be a bit more informative. As she looks over at I can't remember names today.
Zola.
Zola.
She looks at it. Looks like the rune for the entrance, but as I said, I don't really go into the boiling swamps.
Alright.
She's looking at it. Then she starts looking for, is there a map around here that you all can use?
Yeah. Tyrion takes his map out of his pack.
Two people pulling maps out.
Yeah, like everyone's just like at the same time.
So I'm just gonna drag all players to the map. Here we go. Alright, so allow me to get that. Honey, can you just pass me that there? That paintbrush.
Yeah.
She's talking to Jean as he gets the thing for her. Like, the boiling swamps are mostly here. Similar to like the salt marshes, my tribe do not go, well, into these areas. We're not exactly adapted to handling it.
Understandable.
Though, she then gets her brush, pulls out a magenta color. My tribe tends to have a territory around here, overlapping sometimes with the particular primals that would lurk around the areas, but again, we usually keep ourselves away from them. Although there is ways through it, if you look carefully, there are some of the waterways as she begins tracing them. Hence, I was able to get more toward the north area, and eventually my bad encounter with the gnolls. However, I am slightly aware of the ruins. They are... Oh, this is not supposed to be the correct one, as she... To token layer. They were known as the... Well, we call them the Starfall Ruins, since there was a time where, at least from old legends, that the ancient, well, the Sleeping Mountain shed tears as it reached to the stars, and, well, the tears fell into the specific area. Are they truly ruins? I do not know, but some of the tribes that would live nearby there should have information more accurate, and I suppose this star cult would know?
Doesn't mean anything to you, Afghan.
At the very least, from what I'm able to pick up, it sounds like the tears they're talking about refer to the flowers, meaning they might be picking them specifically for something, which is worrisome. But I don't necessarily remember anything pertaining to what the cult would, at least off the top of my head.
Dimple doesn't mean anything to your cult friends.
Not as far as I can recall. Miser?
You can roll me a history if you want.
I saw the nat one and got scared when I rolled
Alright, let me just zoom this out a little bit. Okay, 25. So, as far as you can tell, this is something that does not have any real, or at least immediate connections to the Cult of the Stars that you are aware of.
What about the other Cult of Star technically member that I met? Did I see anything like that on him?
I talk about Dennis.
Yes. Mr. Starbeard.
You know what?
The man who is not attached to his head.
Well, him too.
That was Dennis, wasn't it?
Oh my god. Miser, why is it always my T100?
I don't know.
Every time.
So, writing on your 25 history, you do vaguely remember there were a few of those runes on this guy's head, on Dennis's particular facial, or at least the tattoos on his head?
Well, the one leader that started literally removing his head also had some of these runes written on him. Is not very reassuring, but also would answer probably where they've taken up base. I could assume so.
All right. Second question: has anybody seen this? She'll put the burnt orders
I
on
will.
the table.
Full of stars.
I mean, Sin hasn't seen this symbol, right? It's not somebody's flag or symbol, right?
Nope.
Miser, have I seen this symbol? Because for the player, it looks familiar, but I don't remember if I saw it here or just somewhere else.
Roll me a history, Tyrannin.
Okay.
4.
I mean, the best you can think
There's a
of,
one.
it could be a nice flag symbol at some point.
Really good on a flag.
Have I seen it before because of the void miser
No.
mentioned? Okay.
Do I recognize them?
To anybody who wishes to think they recognize it, you may roll me a history.
Oh, this dark mode looks interesting.
No, look, don't roll it. Unless it was in the book.
19.
14.
Arizel, what you wanna?
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Not a chance in hell.
Why is it the two
Right.
fucking elves that have been
Potentially.
fucking with this stuff?
Okay, so we're going with I will say this. So those that are below a 10, unfortunately, this might look like a nice little tattoo, decal, flag thing, whatever, but it really doesn't ring any bells.
Awesome, dude. Looks cool.
Even to you, Arizel, you kind of have a little nitpicking in the back of your head that you should know this.
Where is it? Damn it.
Actually, I'm sorry. Wait. Arizel, just roll me history one more time.
Oh god. Oh no.
I apologize. I apologize. This is supposed to be. This was the
Hold on.
DM's goof up.
I have, if it's a new day, I have some cosmic omens, and I was just rolling for that. Let me
Okay.
just give you a nice, let me see what it is right now, because I think it goes up. Use this for feature, roll die. Oh no, it's just a d6, okay. I'll just throw another d6 for Ari to help her.
Okay. 21. Okay. I'm gonna write that down.
You're welcome, buddy.
Thank you.
You're not
All
gonna
right.
boost by 4?
Fuck you! Go die in a hole.
It will.
Okay, so we're gonna go from lowest to highest. So, starting with Mavis, you vaguely remember seeing this on some cult members or some hooded figures that were, well, at the very least, vaguely remembering your somewhat distorted memories, if not your own, but perhaps another person. But you also remember the armored figure cutting down these particular hooded figures with extreme prejudice. Adaria and Syndra, since you both got 19, you recall something of this being more toward the abyssal side of things, more of the demons and, well, chaotic faction stuff. And Arizel, with your 21, thanks to Adaria's Cosmic Omens, you remember this certainly different now. You remember this being a brand on your brother's back.
Oh my god. I pick up the paper and I take a closer look at the symbol. Fuck.
And because you have the 21 history,
Mhm.
I will give you this as well. You vaguely remember one, or rather, you remember it being on your person at one point until it was peeled off.
Where was it branded on my brother?
Center
On
of
his
his back. Center in the center of his back. Different from yours,
Center.
as yours was more toward the hip.
Instinctively, she goes to her hip. Then she puts the paper down. Well, that was branded on me and my brother.
Why was a flag branded on you?
Would I know that? I don't remember, gonna be honest. Did it come because we were captured, or was it something else? Was it part of the Red Fox?
You, like I said, with your 21, I'm going to give this to you.
Uh-huh.
You remember you had this before the Red Fox got involved in your lives.
Okay.
You could, and I will allow it, you may roll me one more history at advantage.
Okay. Oh boy, here we go. Let's see what happens. Not great, but it's still good.
Yeah, it wasn't a large brand, it was just a small one, but
Mhm.
it was significant for both you and your brother because you vaguely remember that this was meant to be offerings. Or rather, you and him were meant to be offerings. Sindra, can you roll me a history? You have advantage too, by the way.
Oh.
You remember a particular trip when you went after Arizel when she died? How certain words were being used by a certain demon prince?
I mean, Stin has looked serious, but she is looking real serious. Look like staring at Ari for a moment.
Ari just. We were. How to put it?
Offerings to the festering taint of the abyss.
There you go. Exactly that. Offering. We were offerings.
Why?
Well,
I mean, I know you're a tiefling, but that seems even stupid for most beings.
yes, well, that's part of it right there. It's just that it's too clean.
I mean, obviously you didn't choose that because nobody would choose to go to that fucking thing that I totally remember.
Yes, no, it wasn't. Like you said. Yeah. Well, that's Orcus. For you.
Right, yeah, him.
Mhm. It's not like it's not choice. It's not something we wanted, but
against you or other things to make you do that stupid thing.
I'm a bit confused about myself, as I couldn't remember if that was prior to your fun times with Red Fox or after.
So,
It's before. This was before we even heard of the name Red Fox.
so, Arizel,
Mm-hmm.
since you rolled nicely with your 15 history, I'm going to give this to you, that you remember that your mom also had this on her breast, or at least her chest,
Mm-hmm.
right over the heart. And she did give you a bit of a warning, or at least to be careful. Also, the amount of times she did apologize for you and your brother getting involved with her problems. Because you do recall your mom was an adventurer.
Shit. Let me pull this up real fast. I need to pull something up now. The, for us, it's a brand of sacrifice. And it dealt more with my mother. This was essentially we were offered as our entire bloodline offered to Orcus.
Why would Red Fox be interested in it?
Aside from the fact that they peeled mine off of me, I had mine and then it was gone. Now it's gone. Well, maybe that's more so because of what happened when you guys saved me. Maybe not so much. It sucks. A lot happened.
Arizel, speaking of Red Fox, can you roll me another history?
Okay. Just straight?
Yes, just straight.
Well, not great.
You do remember, well, this is the only thing I'm going to give you. You do remember running into Red Fox in the manor. As for the details, well, that's going to be up to you.
It has to do with what he wears in the mask. Maybe not. Maybe not at all.
Well, that was
Red
very
Fox
else.
himself is involved in it somehow.
And I will just show this to everyone, Arizel's mother. Since Arizel, you remember your mom in detail.
Mm-hmm.
I know you were young. Or actually, do we know any? I guess have you already told her anything about her mother?
That's
About her mother.
up to Arizel.
I would say she probably told you some bits and pieces of information about her family, considering like she was in the hope for going back to her family, but probably not in like the most extensive detail. But she did like describe her to Jacinda, minus the branding. Well,
I mean, the question is, would you have told her about like that your mom fought against the cult?
probably more so like an adventure. I think a little bit, yeah. I think so, yeah. I think she would have told Syndra.
Ari, this is a weird question. Being that the era it happened, you said your mother was an adventurer, right?
He was, yeah.
What did she do as an adventurer?
She's a paladin of Bahamut, so she fought against the cult of dragons in her time.
Do you happen to know where she fought?
As you think about this, and I'll give this to you, you realize your mom never really told you where she fought the cult of dragons. She just mentioned about dealing with them in areas near Baldur's Gate, as well as at some points where she traveled up north in Icewind Dale. But beyond that, she never gave you any specific details of it.
Not the exact places, but around Baldur's Gate where we reside, and a little further up north, Icewind Dale.
Did she ever mention anybody by the name of Sieg the Ironheart? Or Connie the Silent?
That one, I need you to roll me a history. And a D100.
Me?
Yes.
Oh goodness. Oh no. Yeah, let's see. Bad. And a D100 on
Yes.
board.
My favorite.
Alright.
Possibly even Garth the Strong.
She did mention about a short gnomish cleric of Bahamut that she worked with for a little bit, but she didn't trust the adventurers that were with him. A certain.
It's all coming together.
He's come back to this bastard.
So, yes. I caught part of that, but for some reason, wow, my brain just stopped for a second. A short, what now? Dwarven man?
No.
A cleric.
No, man. Okay.
Yeah, a gnome cleric of Bahamut by the name of Wigaman.
She did mention a gnomish man by the name of Wigaman. At one point.
Did she travel with them or just run into them?
He traveled with them.
She ran into them, but she didn't travel with
Or
them.
ran into them. Okay. She ran into them.
That
That's right.
was the party that was with Ed. So if she met them, that might be why you're intertwined with all of this.
Did she ever mention the Sunset Mountains?
Tyrion slams his hands on the table. Who can cast Sending?
Okay, so first answer, she never mentioned Sunset Mountains.
No.
As for sending, that's going to be up to you guys to figure out with amongst each other. As Dr. Midnight just kind of raises his hands like, I have to abstain on that. I am tapped out for the day.
I'm afraid I haven't written it down.
My eyes go to the other caster of the party.
I said, don't look at me. I can only send animals, and they don't go that far.
Shit.
What do you need to do, Tanner?
Wigaman might still be alive and have answers for us. Last time I saw him, he was cast into the ocean, and knowing that little bastard, he's probably still alive somewhere. He did survive me, after all. Surviving being tossed in the ocean is no small feat for a cleric of his stature.
You do recall it was that big hulking black knight that chucked him into the water.
Not dead. Chucked him into the water unconscious. I will hit you. John D, right?
Yep. That's the dwarf you're talking to?
Yeah.
Yes, John
Do
D.
you have one of those rocks?
Yes.
How much?
Considering I'm hearing all this crazy information and stuff, I'll give it a special service fee. On the house. Just make sure to return it once you're done. He's
Wiggerman. He just grabs a stone and clutches it. You may remember me as a blue dragon. You nearly died.
okay. So before that, which direction are you going for?
Sending in which
Direction?
direction?
This particular
Because he
case,
doesn't have
yes.
a direction. It's
I know.
As long as you remember or know the person by name and or can be described.
familiar with them, basically.
And they're on the
Yeah.
same plane.
Oh.
Yeah, well, no, it has a 5% chance to fail if you're on the same
Do you know who
different
you're
page.
fucking talking to?
Just don't roll bad, Jeebus. You've done it before.
Do you know
Yes, D100.
Or D10 technically.
We're good.
Okay.
Oh, I like that number.
3 off.
Okay. Now the reason why I say direction is because I doing this for flavor. And which direction you feel like you need to send that.
East.
Okay. Alright.
Alright.
Now, I'm just gonna roll a d20.
I guess on another thing, Tyrion would have to stick his head out of the dome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he would actually, because
No,
Tyrion just walks outside. Man, this is a thing of minutes. Oh my god.
So, you do just that, Tyrion.
Everybody else can RP while I count out this.
Yeah, that's sure thing.
Well, that's at least one possible thing. So, that being said, I have a weird one. I've only heard of this somewhere in the apparently, according to them, it's in the Devil Teeth Mountains. Was there an actual image, or was it just the message
For
for the new base?
Wait, I'm sorry, repeat that one more time?
For the new base location thing? Was
There
there,
was no-
is, like, there an actual image drawn with it, or?
No, just a estimated location. Which I will show to the
Well, it
players.
moved somewhere in the Devil Teeth Mountains.
Does that look familiar?
I wonder.
I wonder why the hell this looks familiar.
That's why I was wondering if there was a picture.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Thanks.
That's why I was wondering if picture with it or just a vague description.
I've never seen this before.
I mean,
Please
there,
don't.
there is a there is a vague image drawing, but Arizel, it kind of
Not
looks
that
shape
one, too.
familiar.
Well, if it ain't my dreams popping up again.
Which one?
This is the one where I was facing Nelly. And I forget his name, but I remember there was.
Alessandro's.
Thank you. I knew it started with an N. I couldn't remember for the life of me. Of course. Weirdly enough, in the dream, we were going to fight and couldn't really do much because he chased me up to this top, got me to the edge, and between fighting him and others around me, I ended up jumping and woke from such the nightmare.
Well, at least we're gonna have an idea when we get there. What it sounds like, we're going to have to rush Khan, find someone, and, well, the young lady in there. I do hate to be that brutal, but, you still have the rot grubs.
No. As Dr. Midnight kind of looks very perturbed. In fact, looks downright insulted for the suggestion of it.
I mean, they do work on certain things. But anyway, you're right. You probably shouldn't hear me talking about torturing someone.
No, considering that the poor lady has already went through... Wait, were you referring to the Red Fox people? Because...
Yes.
Okay. I had misunderstood. As he very calmly pulls out a small little jar. I managed to keep at least 3 of them.
I mean, not to be brutal, I am a professional. You know, my crew, we pride ourselves on, you know, being professional. But when it comes to Red Fox and other slavers, there's a reason why I'm second on this list. She points to one piece of paper she hasn't slid across yet.
Which one is that?
The hit list. She hasn't shown them yet.
Ah, it's actually probably the longer scrolls compared to all the other ones. But you see a nice list of names.
Yeah, she hasn't shown that one off yet. Oh wait, all back in the dome before we come any further. But speaking of the young lady, her name is Fia Greaves.
Do you show that paper?
Yes, she'll start passing it around.
Another paper with a vague writing facial description of the woman that was just recently charted into the other room.
Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Just looking through some of these names, I hate all of them.
Yes. Apparently, she's very well tied to a friend that we met down in Emerald Star who got a helmet and, you know, wants us to get her sister out of the cult and all that good fun.
Wait. Andromeda's still alive. She's scrolling all the way down to the bottom.
I have no idea I haven't seen that woman yet. I mean, outside of the image that Adia showed me, you're the one who's been in closer contact with
Well, I haven't
them.
talked to my family as far as I remember. Which is weird.
Wait, wasn't she in that one room? No, I thought Smiley had seen that one that Adia was sent us after the sister.
Yes, she was. We did not find her location after we re-raided the base, but she was there just yesterday. Or day before.
Mavis, can you roll me a history?
As Tyrion comes back,
Yeah.
Visor, you probably saw
Yeah.
the post, but that is what he sent to Wigaman.
I gotta roll something for Wigaman now.
Wow.
I can't help you there, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yep.
This is the if he's alive fucking check or not.
I mean, it would have to be, you know, if he comes back, but
Wait, why? What the fuck is the Throne of Orion? What?
Sounds like some nerd shit.
Well, reading through my family in the bottom half of the list, there's something talking about the Throne of Orion.
Throne of Orion.
You don't read through all of this, Cinder, outside of your own name. She looks at you
Wait,
for a
which
minute.
list? The Agrees one, or?
No, the hit list. Literally at the Arca Stormblood, towards the bottom, there's one that mentions the Throne of Orion.
I read through a lot of it.
You know
At
that
some
part?
point, I was like, I'm gonna have to cover this later. I'm not awake enough.
Wait,
Okay.
Goken is on this list.
Yes, there's a few people we've met on this list, actually.
Oh, I thought everybody had passed around the fee
I just came back in.
orders.
I'm kind of looking through that, but I'm looking more at the hit list.
The hit list was covered by the orders.
Just to put this out as a point, if you haven't noticed, remember something written in someone's book? Yabala. It doesn't
yes.
say who. And it's not Ed. Ed's down here. Somebody wanted. Late Richard McCree was wanted by Ed. And as you can see, who Ludwig is. And we have his, friend in 2 rooms down.
Oh, God.
Granted, I'm trying to determine here about Venom Hand now. This is rather bothersome. Oh, look, Goken.
Oh, there's Tannis as well. That's going to be fun.
Is Chimerex the one that you met down below? Is that a different one?
Sorry, which one?
Chimerex.
Oh, God.
I don't
No, I think that is.
think so.
No.
Oh, was it not?
No, that is the priestess that rides the horde-based. She rides the Triceratops, right?
Yep. Just to refresh everyone's memories, because I know it's been such a long time.
No, I actually remember her because Tyrion actually likes her for a second, and she tried to murder him.
Oh, she didn't try to murder you. She just pointed.
Cute.
That's just quitter talk, man.
She just
Cute.
she pointed out that Sin was lying, or rather, noticed that Sin was up to something, but nobody remembers Sign.
Well, now we do.
We do now.
Yeah.
Yeah. After playing
Still trying to
a
get
lot
back to the memories and go, why did this guy, who is this, and why was he fucking our shit up?
Yes, but Taryn, you remember that she literally just like pointed right at Sign, like right there.
Miser. I know as I'm kind of looking through and I had mentioned it. Can I roll a history or a nature on the Throne of Orion?
You can certainly try, although I will add this now. It will be a disadvantage.
Fuck.
Actually, no. I'm
history or
sorry.
nature?
It would actually be just a. Yeah, it will be a disadvantage because you are halved now.
Fuck. Well, shit.
And there's the other one.
Well, history or nature doesn't matter.
Kaya's not on the list, is she?
No,
Well, Kaya's not on the list.
she is not.
Damn it.
You feel like there's something on the tip of your tongue about it, but you don't know. It's just scratching the back of your head.
God damn it.
Where does it say Cult of, or the Siege of Orion?
The Aqua Stormblood. It's at the very bottom. Or third one. It's,
Oh, Akra. Maybe
Yeah.
somebody else remembers Akra.
I know. I
Listen.
Dina? Oh no.
you know what's great? Someone else is also getting chased by the Cult of Stars. Weird. I think I'm starting to understand where fucking Mavis and Amarina fall into this fucking plot line now.
Speaking of Mavis, can you roll me another
Technically,
history,
yes.
Mavis?
Can you say that again?
Roll me another history, please.
Well,
That what it's done. Why is it still on the list?
18. Nice. So, they're mentioning about the name of Akra Stormblood. You remember vaguely that, well, more clarity in this case, that the individual that saved you was also named Akra, and memories of your fragmented past slowly becoming together. You recall that she identified or introduced herself as Akra Stormblood. And you also, with that 18 history, remember that you travel with her a lot, especially through a lot of the elven lands and cities, mostly in Silvery Moon and a bit further out.
Miser, I hate you.
What did I do?
okay, sorry, I was writing.
I hate you as a DM, but I love you. But I hate you.
I-
I know you're doing a lot, but did Wiggerman send me back anything?
I rolled. As you can see, there's a wisdom saving throw. I'm literally trying to write down a number of these things down too.
No worries. No worries. I know you. That's what I just said. I know you're doing a lot.
I'm also just trying to wonder how would Wiggerman actually react to you. It's the real thing.
Literally get thrown into by someone else.
I did not kill him. I just knocked him unconscious.
I didn't kill him. He was already dead when I found him.
Nope, he was not. He was trying to kill me.
What's a little bit of murder under the bridge for a dragon?
Hey, if I break him out of a fucking brainwashing, he might be happy for it.
Might.
John D.
Yes.
As you'll notice, there are two very prominent names on that list. I don't know, I'm going to leave it to you and to Brahmadeer to decide if that's something that should be passed along.
Knowing my lord and lady, I think they would find us amusing.
Oh, I know, it's highly amusing. I, on the other hand, would also like to see, Ominence or a lady annihilate an entire thing for me, but, that's just me.
Knowing the Lord Ominence, most likely his lair is that entire city. So he knows everything that goes on there.
Yes.
You see Johnny kind of like rubbing his beard, looks to the left, looks to the right, looks to his wife. He just kind of.
As he looks nervous, Darren just looks at him demi eyes and says, "Everything."
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, brother.
Yeah,
Yes,
just
he
like
knows
that
how to
little
talk.
bit. It's weird. Instead of the lightning crackle, his teeth kind of just shake, and you guys feel this kind of low rumble in your chests. As instead of lightning, now he's mainly thunder based.
I don't like that.
Let's just say that Menzato has no need to worry about raiders, pirates, any sort of dangerous because, well, I am sure a lot of you understand that Lord Ominence and his family are not human or mortals.
What are you talking about? Of course they are.
Yes. To that degree, I can only say that if someone of the criminal organization, they must have another port around here or someplace to approach, which I will bring that to my lord's attention, since I'm pretty certain he will not like competition.
Tiernan
Yeah,
slides the stone
bring
back
it.
to Jondi before he forgets.
They're bringing in quite a bit of merchandise, apparently, from the Sword Coast. However, our late bitch of a primal was really cutting into their bottom line. Now, of course, that's changing, but they're moving south.
Yes, but the Rakashan outpost is still under Lord Manzato's control.
I don't know how true that is. If they were able to get a hold of someone as close to the leadership as Fia, especially with Lady or Madame Idia's power, it's either intentional or they're just as confused as they are now.
Tyrion, you got a message back.
Dumbass, I can't respond. I'm gonna give him some time to use his spell slot.
This is why we need to invest in two-way communication.
He is a fucking caster. He should know that I am not.
Usually, whenever a dragon is using sending, though, the dragon's a spellcaster, so.
Okay, you know what? That makes sense. Maybe give him some time to realize that I'm a dumbass.
I'm surprised he didn't already. No offense.
No, when I beat his ass, I sort of casted spells at him, but maybe he forgot because of brain trauma.
That being stated, it would appear that the mermaid and winged tribes in the southern parts are being attacked. In other words, your people, I believe, Zolo.
That is troubling, since I have not been home for a while. The winged tribe, that would be the harpies and sirens. The Feathers of Paradise tribe. They are usually the ones that fly mostly around the southern parts, and I believe they may know more about the Starfall ruins that you are interested in before. But for them to be attacked, that is curious. Tyrion, you get another message immediately. It's loud. It's loud for a gnome.
Dude, just puts his head to his ears and like, how did he break through this damn barrier? Syndra, where the hell are we? What is this island called?
Well, we're in Stormford.
No, the entire island. Anybody?
Now that I think about it,
From what I know, it's just called the Wildlands.
That's pretty much what Lord Ominous gave it to attract tourism.
Alright. Fucking loud ass gnome.
so,
Yeah, everyone else, you can, for a brief moment, you kind of see Tyrion get, for a brief moment, shine like a bright light, and then it stopped. You're not sure what happened, but that's when he mentioned about a loud gnome talking in his head.
Wait, how the fuck did we get through this bear? Never mind.
He called upon God to help him.
First of all, I am impressed by Antonio Drake. Though I don't necessarily remember. Do I know who the Kraken Society are?
Yes.
Okay, I was like, as a ship person.
I would be more impressed and surprised if Syndra did not know who the Kraken Society are.
Oh, I gotta look it up.
I'm trying to read through all these again. See if any of them ring any bells.
Sure thing.
Have we ran into an Ocelot? Because I feel like we have, but my brain's
I
being
do
dumb.
too.
Oh wait, we have! We have. Remember when we were helping the one person up in the mountains? Way back when we were coming our way back to.
Right.
Yeah, so we did. I knew that name was familiar. God, that was forever ago.
Repeat the name again?
Nocelot, Grey Wolf. That was when we helped them from the Yetis
No.
or whatever the fuck.
You met
Was
them.
it not?
You met them further back in Emerald Outpost.
Oh, okay. I knew we'd seen them. Alright, we know Raid. He's gone, so we don't care.
Let me see if I can put a line through this through Raid if you cross it over.
We've already dealt with him. He decided he was bored.
Oh, that is fucking perfect. Eat my dick, no.
Does Tiernan say that out loud?
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Talking to the damn Wigger Man gnome that keeps yelling at me.
Oh, shall we talk about the fact that nobody knows anything about it?
Wait. Tails a finger.
I'm just rolling these wisdom.
5 minutes to process.
It's even more fun here because it's being whispered, so Tyrion is just getting the message right to his head.
Yeah, I know. It's like, shh, I'm listening.
The radar dishes he has for ears are just like twitching and like turning, trying to find where this motherfucker is.
It's like a fucking Bluetooth speaker. It's like syncing. Pairing not found.
I typed that all out and then counted it. It was exactly 25, and I was so proud of myself.
Do you want a cookie?
Yeah,
We'll go get one.
Crumble was closed today.
We'll get fucked then.
Oh, this fucking idiot.
You get the message. Again, all of you don't need to roll or passive perception or anything. You just see like this bright, somewhat brief moment of explosion of radiant light on Tyrannon's horns on his head.
The fire truck.
Yeah, they light up for a brief moment, and then Tyrannon gets the message in his head.
Are we sure this dome is impenetrable? So I'm pretty sure he's lighting up like a Christmas tree every 5 minutes.
This gnome is blessed by Bahamut himself.
And he's a dragon, so I imagine it hurts like bastard.
It's not pleasant.
Especially because he's the voice for a small little short
And
creature.
He keeps yelling at me.
Yes.
Oh my god. God bless our party some days.
I would just say this. I rolled for his particular skill, and he just passed.
God damn it. Always.
But any other questions or thoughts as you look at all the other papers?
Yeah, I mean, Sin does. I mean, anybody else has anything?
The one that's bothering me right now is the fucking Throne of Orion, but I can't really, unless someone else has some information.
Oh, do you also show them the report about Ed?
Wait,
Oh yeah, that's what
Ed's
she's
report?
getting to. So, interesting fact, as we suspected, Ed didn't exist until his time fighting the Cult of the Dragon.
Shows the final report paper.
But he was there at what was considered the turning points.
What is this with Ed and turning people inside out?
It's a wizard thing.
Swear to God.
Well, think about it. What's more terrifying than having someone turn you inside out with their mind? You know,
Just-
a couple of things.
I mean, at that point, it just sounds pretentious as shit.
So Will looks over to Jandi and she just says, well, Jandi pulled out a Gnoll's heart with his bare hand.
See, that sounds more fun. To the infamous right into that unstealing way.
But as you'll notice, Ed didn't really exist before that point.
Perfect.
So Ed stole a submarine. So what I'm getting from this is Ed basically just started playing fun and fucked up a submarine, and now they're pissed off at him.
No, that's the weird part. Ed's been playing both sides. Ed made sure that Stormstinger ended up here.
Is he trying to make sure the paradoxes don't exist?
You know, he's making sure they do. I mean, why else would he
Turn
allow...
gestures to Bavis.
Why else would he allow Antonio Drake to steal it, and then completely turn around and start working with the same group that he just fucked over?
Blades of Destiny. Man, if only Rasputin was here. To explain what the fuck that was.
I mean, do you really want to... You can roll intelligence.
I don't think Adoria would know that, like off the top of her head.
No, just roll intelligence.
I guess the question is, does anybody here know about the 100 Villa bloodbath?
No. Unless...
How long can meet in Menzato in a matter of days? Sapphire Dragon, you buffoon! Show me respect. Fight the bigger threat. Make haste or you owe me your life.
And then why are you yelling at the sky?
Fucking gnome keeps yelling at me and I'm gonna eat his goddamn head when he gets here.
You might just be a
At
snack.
least you went past the 25 word limit.
He did. He missed life.
God damn it.
Binge is just looking at you, Tiernan, very worried. But he's on, he's still standing there, not sitting because he's too heavy for the seats.
Breaks the chair. My boy.
Allow me to ask this question, though. If you notice the bottom.
What the hell is this?
Bring in special materials, aka people, through Red Fox.
Where are the
wizard?
I accidentally closed it.
How did I get here? I thought I swam, but you said we've also. It's been kind of debated that I either swam or took a ship here.
You stowaway.
I stowawayed.
Or rather, let me elaborate. You liberated in victory a few tickets from a couple of would-be bounty hunters and took a ship because your arrow was pointing that direction.
Okay. Any shady individuals on this ship? Anybody somewhat recognizable?
You can roll me a history.
Well, Wiser,
Yes.
I brought plants with me when I came. Do
Yeah.
I remember it only specifically being plants when I'd come over?
Crit.
Okay.
Well,
That's a high number. Adaria, continue on what you were saying. I will get to you guys individually. and
I
then-
want to roll a history for what I brought with me on the ship. 'Cause I don't remember exactly.
you
I
can
rolled 2 dice. 1-1, 1-20. What the fuck?
Sorry.
you can roll me just roll me a straight history for you as well, Adaria.
Well, that's not a disadvantage. Damn it!
Still an 8.
Yeah,
Can add asterisks to that.
I could, but I don't know if it'd be.
You
fuck
can
it,
still
why not?
you can still try.
Yeah, why not?
In dark mode, it doesn't highlight which one
14.
is supposed to be good.
14.
Oh, it kind of does. It's very, very light, but you can
Yeah.
kind of tell.
14.
Okay, give me a second.
Jeepus and I basically reconstructing our backstory.
No, my backstory is still solid, but it's just
Well-
now Jared is looking back to see if maybe it was a Red Fox ship that I made my way here on.
Actually, yeah.
Well, I will say this because Tiernan with your 23 history and Adaria with your 14 history, this was the following. Tiernan, you remember there were a lot of smelly cages, but thankfully you didn't really have to be anywhere near them.
Fuck.
They were
Oh, no.
also a deck below you. The deck that, or at least the floor you were on, was mostly with a lot of mercenaries, bounty hunters, guards, but they never really give you a glancing look or anything. And the only reason why you now trying to remember why you got into the Wavehole prison was because you broke into a fight with some of these mercenaries and guards.
Most of them.
It was rough. You got some, but the other thing is like there was a huge number of them, and a lot of them just simply piled up on you. You bit quite a few, but they decided to
remember
chuck your ass
why
out the
I
boat.
had I remember why I had to break out of a prison now. There was a ship. The deck below me had several cages with something in them. I never really checked because I didn't care. But I did end up in an altercation with most of the crew of that ship. Took out several, but when you're outnumbered and a kobold who just got his legs under him, I was thrown in prison with... God, why do I smell cigarettes?
You remember who Sign is?
Sign.
Also-
I would think it'd still be like that weird, like, he's there, but he's also kind of like half there.
I will also
Right
give
now.
you this because you're 23 history. You also remember that the bottom deck, at least of all those quote unquote cages, it was eerily quiet.
It was quiet, so most likely it was empty, but trying to pick up prisoners from here to take back, or they were dead or gagged. I didn't know. I didn't care.
With my experience, do I know anything about this?
I will get
He's
to
not yelling anymore.
I will get to you in a second, Syndra. So going with Adaria now. Adaria, with your 14, with your cosmic omens helping you on this one. You remember that for your shipment of stuff, you were approached by shady business dealers.
Of course.
However, your dear mother, even though she was not really too involved in your life, at least as far as your memories are kind of holding in and out, she did warn you not to deal with these individuals or they would make your life miserable in more ways than one. And it was one of the few times you remember she showed actual, truly genuine concern and, well, not just genuine concern, but more of like, more than just an overprotective mother, but actual, please don't do this, I'm begging you.
Well, I guess when I was coming over as well, I was approached by, I'm going to assume the Fox, or rather shady individuals, though my mother had kind of stepped in and told me not to really deal with them because they tend not to go away. Which begs the question, why the hell does my mother know about the Red Fox or how they operate?
You remember your mother now?
I'm getting pieces here and there. There's still holes.
And now to Syndra, you remember, at least when you... Actually, just roll me a history advantage, considering that you do have a history with the Red Fox.
I think Ari would be able to too.
Yes, if Arizel wishes to do so, you may also do that as well. It will be an advantage because you... Yes.
And history?
While you guys are continue talking, Tyrion again interrupts. Notify me at once when port is known. Party will meet upon arrival and must be stopped. Any knowledge on other party members? Use caution.
This one he has to actually do disadvantage because you just said his party. Wow, what a will. Dang.
Clerics!
But I'll get to you in a second.
I mean, Tyrion does not
Yeah.
know that. He could just think inside of his head.
Yeah.
Even though
So,
he's telepathic.
Yeah, despite him getting like fucking brain blast from his mom and sister all the time.
well, I will say this for you, Tyrion. There's a difference between how your mom...
Oh, this I assume totally that spells feel very different than innate telepathy.
Even this particular spell, it feels oddly soothing, or at the very least, if you want to give it a scale of 1 to 10 in pain, or at least of smacking at you, your mom is definitely the 10 above 10. Your sister, probably the most gentlest of the messengers. This one's kind of like a stern father figure of
Oh my god. Papa.
overshadowing the angry little boy.
Dad would be somewhat halfway trying to seduce me, just that's how he talks. But he's dead, so
I'm glad your
he's
dad's
not
a
anymore.
bard.
He
My dad
was.
is absolutely in the Bard of Dragons. That's
Yes.
how I wrote him.
Yes, that's exactly what he was. In fact, he's in
I
Bottomless
have met
Heaven
him
flirting
once.
with all
He's
the
a great guy. I love him.
He was fantastic. I love the dude, but goddamn was he a hoe.
But going with Syndra and Arizel with your history with the Red Fox, you know that they have a particular Mundi Operai. I forgot the exact how to pronounce.
Modus operandi.
There we go. Thank you. Modus. Yes, thank you. Oh, and
Or MO. MO for
their
sure.
MO is to establish a base, collect as many individuals as possible, and bring them to the highest sellers who are interested in exotic tastes, to put it lightly. And starting with Syndra, you recall when you do attack some of these ships, or at least some of the unfortunate stragglers, some of the ships are completely empty, filled with empty cages yet to be filled. But they don't really clean the cages of the previous occupants if they had sold them or disposed of them. Arizel, you recall from your history and care under the Red Fox that they have a pretense taste or their MO of collecting exotic beings such as tieflings, Azamars, certain types of elves, even humans of exotic cultures to present them as trophies or selling highest bidder to collectors or even slave labor, depending on who's the buyer. And their main MO is to sell to the highest bidder, especially to those that have high authority.
Fantastic. Almost what she would, but then not.
Wait, what do you say now, Arizel? One more time for me?
Alright, I was just saying that, like you said, she knew the MO and everything. And she herself is a void-born tiefling, so definitely not, or was anyway, she was one. Not anymore. But because of her, like, she could have been potentially sold off, but that didn't quite happen, so.
Alright then.
I need to keep rolling this too. Hold on. I almost keep forgetting to roll some of these things for oh shit.
Mavis, I have a question. Benson.
Yes.
Since the Akra name at least has some relation, have you ever heard of the Throne of Orion? Or at least had her mention it?
Have I?
Roll me a history. Just flat.
Yep.
This is like it's not a nautical term, so I probably have no idea about it, right?
Nope. Unless Syndra taking time to study astronomy,
Stars. Yeah.
stars to the extent
Only
that
as far as navigation.
sadly
so you
no.
might know constellations, but not.
Yes. You could roll me a nature, but that's about all I can give you, Syndra.
When you're fishing for an answer for something and God's like, no.
And
God really doesn't want me to know.
the only thing, all right. So starting with Mavis, your memory still collecting, still gathering, it's still fragmented, or at the very least, not quite fragmented, but it's just conflicting is a better way to say it. Perhaps another time you might be able to get clearer answers. Syndra, the Throne of Orion sounds odd. In fact, you can't even think of anything close to it except for one very rare constellation that shows up once in a far off decade or so is the Orion's Belt, but even then it doesn't really have any significance to at least your navigations.
I mean, there is not constellation that shows up every decade called Orion's Belt.
I believe my brother talked about that a little bit, but I don't know if it's the same.
Well, as you say that, Adaria, can you roll me a D100?
God damn it. It's my time to shine, boys. I love these. That's a 6. Why?
love you.
Dude,
Okay. So, excuse me. Aria. Can you roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
I'm about to get dick punched by God again, boys. Let's go. Please tell me Tiernin's rolling him. 21. Holy hell, I forgot on my...
Okay. No need to screen. No need to screen change.
I've been muted.
Oh.
I can imagine Tiernan just like walk out of the bubble and then just comes back in.
Yeah, Tiernan, like, as soon as he realized that he could, like, this man could talk to him in the bubble, he's just been replying while he's been in the bubble. So he's been interrupting you guys every time he needs to talk. Their souls are trapped. He uses them as puppets for his goals. We work to set them free. Your help may be integral into stopping him.
Tiernan, do you...
Was that 25?
Yes. You have
How's
a...
It was
Tiernan,
not.
Do you have like a mute button, or can you just think it?
I don't know. I don't know how spells work.
Alright. I love him, but I hate him.
How do you reply to sending, dude? Can I just think it, or do I
Yes,
need it? Oh.
Because they literally know what's on the direct answer for when you send them. No matter
Oh,
the
I thought I
context.
had to say it.
No, they'll have context of the exact spell, actually.
Also, he
I don't
only
know.
got to the point of stopping.
Shit.
No, he'll still get the context because of how sending works.
Sentence to say.
Sending is weird because it actually will give them context and they'll know exactly what you mean, even if you kind of fuck up the wording a little bit.
I
which
really
is
don't
weird.
think so.
No, there is. It's literally written in sending that.
I like the comical version of it.
I do
like
too.
the strict
but-
25 version of it.
Exactly. Anyway, okay, so Aria, with your 21 wisdom save, for a brief moment, you blinked. You see some visions of your past, or at least something of what looked to be like your brother talking. You blink again, and you're back at the conference with your travel associates.
Dude, it's just yelling.
Yeah.
Yes.
I imagine like she blinks and then like it's like muting of all the world and then Tiernan comes back and she comes back to that.
But since I did roll that 3, you do recall very briefly as you blink and saw that image, you see that your brother was pointing upward.
Yes, the stars. God damn it.
Why is it always the stars with you?
I don't know. Maybe I was in a cult of star people. Maybe.
I thought that was your other you. I thought you were a flower merchant.
At this point, I don't even know what I sold.
Drugs?
Probably.
You could roll me a history.
I'm gonna.
I'll be a little bit more generous. I'll let you roll at advantage.
I don't. Fuck it. I'll just roll for the nat 20 because I just want to fish for it.
Yeah.
Well.
And
Alright,
already bought from you.
With the 22, you recall that you, at least with the gardening stuff that you produce and handle, were mostly medicinal herbs.
Yes, I did do drugs.
I mean, some of
Perfect, I knew it.
Some of them did help with
Yeah.
impotency, helping of the vitamins and
Yeah,
kind
I
of a
remember the
pharmacy.
backstory from what I wrote is basically she sold these as ways to alleviate people's stresses and whatnot. I was just making sure it coincided with what I
Alleviate
wrote.
stresses, it sounds like drugs to me.
No, I'm not saying she did sell drugs, because she did, but she also sold like things to help people.
yes.
That was her whole MO, was basically
Yes.
selling.
And you hired Sarah as a courier, which also worked with Ari, and then Mavis was the one who bought from them. And I lived.
Wow. Go on. Cinder, what were you going to say?
Ooh, I remember now. I thought I recognized you this whole time. Your picture's the one on the flyer talking about the ED med, aren't you?
The
Go
what?
all night like an elf. wasn't it?
No, what the fuck?
Wrong.
Yes,
Don't
horny
sell-
elf weed. I remember it now. You were standing there.
And then she like makes the pose, like, you know, one hand like in front, the other hand
And then like the
out.
fucking like Vanna White pose of fucking
Yeah.
gibberish.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and is also next to like a 3-foot hairs.
I'm sorry.
Please tell me one of them is one of these.
Wait.
Did you
Well,
send it in the Discord? I'm waiting.
hold on. I'm looking.
I'm waiting.
Me too.
Jesus, please.
What?
Wait,
He
what?
said,
what
please tell me one of these. Wait, what are you talking about for one of these?
I've been collecting bounty posters, but maybe one of them was one of these flyers.
Oh, so
Oh no.
Adaria, since you've been rolling so well for me, roll me a D100.
God damn it! Stop.
I know.
Not to anymore.
I'm a heartless creature. I know.
A fucking 23. And me.
Okay, so Tyrion produces a poster, and everyone quickly looks at it because this is somewhat of his second treasure hoard of bounty hunters and flyers and all that. This picture does not look at all like Adaria or dress similar, but is definitely an elf. The other mistake that Syndra had made was it's a male.
Syndra, I think you might be a little mistaken. This was stuck to the back of one of my bounty postings.
Also, I'd like to point out that man is flatter than a board. And I don't see how you got that confused.
Yeah, she has hips for days.
Yeah, they got the elf, which Adaria and Syndra can roll me a nature. Yeah, roll me nature.
My god. Now we're getting into the weird backstory of, oh yes, drugs. Fuck it, I don't care.
Syndra, you recorrect yourself like, okay, wait, Adaria is one of those high elves. This is a wood elf.
Oh my god.
Ah!
I love the fact that she did that, because now it's like the inverse of the racism that started this fucking campaign.
It's Miser.
Yeah. Oh wait, is it? God damn it! Miser, I hate you and I love you.
It's probably not, but it makes me laugh.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I'm just crackling at this here.
Miser Khan!
Yeah, the druggie. You said he's a wood elf.
Fucking took your name after, motherfucker.
It's funny. I love it.
He's a stoner back in the day, come on.
I know.
That makes way too much sense, actually.
I figured I'd do a little cameo joke of it, but
I distinctly thought it was you. Maybe it
I
was the
don't-
timeline.
Why does he
I
have
guess-
a mushroom in his hand?
Why is there a
It's
ghost
a euphemism.
behind him? Sorry.
here I'll even be crazy to actually put the token. That's the
You
one.
actually? You
I
fuck.
I
would.
guarantee does it.
He probably does. It's in character role. I still have all mine.
Yeah, you see this figure.
Yes.
There he is. Love that man.
My druggie.
Druggy turns
That's who you see on the poster.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't even. Where did you? No. Just no.
She only has a little fur on her chin.
I don't even have any. The fuck?
I can see it.
With what?
In the right light.
You realize that most elves have this, right? Have body hair.
I don't have any.
Well, no shit. You have scales, which are like
Yes.
the hair of dragons.
I have a couple tentacles.
You know, some people are into that actually.
Wait, what?
Johnny
I'm a
just
blue
goes.
dragon. I'm half blue.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
mean
tentacles,
to.
I mean,
I think we're getting. No, sorry. Go ahead.
Johnny kind of just waved his hand and said, like, don't mean to interrupt this, but are we straying off topic or are we just trying to alleviate
At
the?
this point, we don't know what is off topic and what is on topic.
Kind of looks
right,
again.
I'm not actually sure where I was going with
I have been speaking with the gnome known as Wigaman. I did not
Gnomes and
even
their weird
assume he
names.
was alive until moments ago. He's on his way here.
Johnny
Stone
blinks.
He did not specify which port. Most likely he will end up in Manzato, as is the main port.
Manzato,
Right.
Manzato is the only main port, but kind of looks at the papers, looks at the stuff mentioning about the Red Fox. I suspect that we have a second port that was not authorized by Lord Manzato.
Well, he has not replied to me, so I cannot tell him to find a port that goes to Manzato.
There should only be
So-
one port. That is
Yes,
the city of
but if
Manzato.
he ends up on a Red Fox ship, as gestures to the rest of the table, most of us have used to get here, he may end up in the other place that I've been totally paying attention to and absolutely know where it is.
Gnomes.
Zola,
Yes.
if you were to put a port somewhere for a large vessel, what would be the other place than Manzato?
Ports, like those, that one city where I go pick up my husband. Yes, let's see. She kind of looks at the map again. I suppose somewhere in the south. As she and I will drag everybody onto the map part.
And also, while we're speaking of the map, I know I have asked this before, but does anybody know of a primal of fire? And where they may reside?
I will get Zoola's sheet to roll her intelligence on that one.
We'd asked that last time, she didn't know.
Oh, that's right. Well, let me see if we can roll up again
Yeah.
for her.
Again, that's why Tyranid just repeated himself and said he knows he's repeating himself. We may
Again.
need to release that one.
I mean, given an object, I would say boiling swamps, being that it seems to have a high geothermal cap.
I would think where we fought the Red Knight
That would
and
be the other
actually choose the correct one.
Are we sure that's the dagger that we're going to need for that specific thing, though, that we have currently?
Are we sure about anything?
Okay.
No, not really.
She
We
got
just wing it
19.
90% of the time.
Exactly. We should wing
The
it again.
dagger I have is for a different delta, something in the boiling swamps.
Do we have any
Oh.
other daggers?
Oh,
But
yeah, that's
again-
the one that was
Ari, you have a dagger. You have several daggers.
But
Yes, but
going
the
back
one
to
you're
the
referring to.
going real quickly, Zola points out perhaps one of these areas here. She, although it's closer to the salt marshes.
Relatively close to the Emerald Star Outpost, which is also close.
What about this bay here in your territory?
Possibly.
That is
but
a different primal, right? That is the. As I scroll down. Agidor, right?
yes, the masquerade.
Yes, and he is relatively lazy.
She is lazy.
So, since he does not have a strong will, if the discussion we had last time, he may need to be eliminated.
If he's not already.
I had not heard of. Well, I have not heard or seen any sort of activity for a while when I left.
That is highly unfortunate.
And as for possible bays, as you were directing near our territory, maybe, but I do not see the matriarch being willing to share territory or allowing a group to make camp there. She's been very hostile toward brigands that would pollute our bay. Only one that we never really dealt with was, of course, the primals, or powerful creatures that, well, are good at eating things without much trouble.
This area seems relatively unguarded, and it has a flow in.
It is
Possibly.
also, what my understanding, extremely dangerous from the heat.
But a
Yes.
ship could make it, could it not? Ships do not burn easily.
Theoretically.
Hmm.
If it's boiling water, a ship will sink because of the changes in the density.
What if you're under the water?
Even worse.
I miss hot springs.
Yes.
Theoretically, it's a theory that if you detonated an explosive under a ship, the resulting air bubble would tear a ship in half.
I would
Is
not.
that what I used to do?
Yes. Although it's more of you just kind of slap it and then just go around however you wanted to, but
Tyrion's MO is use his lightning breath under the ship and then blast straight through the middle of it, and end up on the deck with whoever survived in his kobold form.
He says.
however, again, the primals again have their own, I suppose one could say, territories. Ajagor and Floor are, well, Floor is the lazier of the two. Ajagor is just territorial.
This may be a strange question, but she may be lazy, but what about her strength of will? She seems very persuasive from what we have dealt with, but we were early in our careers.
The matriarch always warns us not to deal with her alone because of her fickle temperament.
Yes, it seems that only Adaria can deal with this one.
I would not recommend it either. If she suddenly decides that, well, elves are tastier for a treat today, she would go out of her way to eat an elf, or in some of our cases would eat a mermaid or anyone that
So it
tickles
seems
her
that she has a
fancy.
very high strength of will.
Yes, other primals would not want to deal with her.
But Ajagor would?
Possibly, if they were to cross paths, but they do not. Ajagor is usually here, as she then. Since his territory would be by the ruins here, but does not come out of it.
It is strange for an all-consumer to only stay in one's very small territory.
I do not know the minds of the primals, and I live here as a native.
Does anybody remember what this orange swirl is to the south of the Dread Bay Temple?
You mean that right there?
Yeah.
Rain's being down.
I actually don't remember.
Yeah, neither do I.
That could also be.
She said that.
Hmm?
I guess she said that was the farthest she had gone.
Yes, that as far as she's went. She only knows that Abjagor is around that area because, well, she does not want to get eaten.
So we had Jade come out of that
Go for it,
one
go for it.
stride. And I, of course, apparently never saw Osaka. a dream that both of them were killed.
I mean, it is possible for primals to be killed by other primals.
What about non-primals, but people who have gained the power of a primal or the ley lines?
I do not know.
Tyrion looks pretty much directly at Ari when he says that.
Say that one more time. Sorry, you cut out a little.
He said, what about people, what about maybe not primals, but people who have either gained the power of primals or gained the power of the ley lines? Meaning you and himself.
Kind of just looks back and gives like a small grin.
Zoel just
You
kind
see it, the sapphire parts of him, electricity crackles.
And just like, I mean, can't do anything, but you can kind of see the lightning on her.
I'm just gonna roll
So,
disadvantage because this is above and beyond Zoel's usual knowledge.
Oh, absolutely. God, the only person we could talk to is Yabala. Goodness.
Yeah, but we have to like go through.
Unfortunately,
Theoretically.
I know not of. Well, I do apologize, but I was never really big on the legends and myths of my tribes and others. I was more of a warrior.
Canyon, you still have that magic stone of talking really loud, don't you?
What?
The sending stone.
No, the sending stone
No.
back in Japan.
Oh,
Yeah.
What did he give you?
I just used it.
Yeah,
And,
Johnny's
that's
holding it
okay.
up. No, I think
Fuck!
It only, like, unless
Yeah, I
it's
know.
a better one than regular, it only has one use per day.
unfortunately that is the case. I do have a few others, but they're not on me right now. They're back in
We may have to-
Manzado.
We may need to reach out to Yabala
Hmm.
at some point.
I'm sorry, I mean, the gnome has given us much information and will meet us soon, and he knows sending. Maybe the dwarf at the bar could use it for us.
Or
Being
just like-
honest, we probably need to start heading soon, and then south to Emerald Star. With that being
I still have several more days before my tournament. I would like to enhance my abilities as fast as I can.
You also mentioned about a fire primal. There is
Yes.
rumors of a young fire primal, but I have known much information other than it goes by name of Kyan.
Cayenne. I will remember this.
Unfortunately,
Maybe the Lord of Benzado might know.
John D kind of
I-
scratches his beard and is like, I don't think Lord Alminance would be too interested in creatures that would be considered rivals. Or at the very least, he doesn't seem to
Rival?
see them as a threat.
That would make sense, yes, but maybe one of his children would to gain favor with their father.
Tyrion, roll me history at advantage. Since your mom does give you some knowledge
This
or your
is
sister.
exactly what Tyrion does. 11!
No, it wasn't too high, but you do know that at the very least, red dragons like to boast their power by fighting things that are at least of equal or stronger status.
Exactly, that's why he doesn't give a fuck, but one of his children might.
That's why I gave you the advantage.
When we return to Benzado, I would like a meeting with the family once again. I know how stressful it was for everyone, but meeting with them might glean some more information now that we have aided them.
Let us talk to dumb idea before we do that. Okay? I mean, we have to have a talk with it anyway, because
Yes. He
Makes me
needs to
give
know the
sort of,
situation of this city. And to know to not mess. The locals will cause problems if they are not left to their own devices.
he probably doesn't.
No, I know he does not care, but also it would cut into his profit margins if the locals were to take the city. And without the previous lord, they will.
I don't think that's a big deal now.
Tyrion and Sindra, since you both have dragon lineage, you both know red dragons. Not only are they extremely possessive and vain, but they don't like things that besmirch their status of power. So long as their power is unquestioned, they are not going to go too far about strutting their stuff. But if something does insult their power and position, scorch earth politics.
That's good, Reds.
Alright, so let's see. We will now move on to the next day, unless anyone else has something to ask or do.
I've got nothing.
I got nothing either.
Alright.
I'm out.
Actually, just a general thing to this for freshening up. Does anyone have a... oh no.
Kieran.
Does anyone have a mirror by chance? There's not one in the room. I kind of need one to freshen up since it's been a long ass time since I've looked at myself.
Yes.
Also pulled one out.
Why the hell do you try
Oh!
Jeebus.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Kind of thought I was muted for a second there.
Yeah,
Jeebus actually
Well,
stubbed
Darren
his
can't
toe.
move.
for a little bit.
I'm going to have to take a bit of a fucking thing then tomorrow, but
But yes, everyone will have their long rests. Tyrion, that will affect you upon your next, as you take your long rest. Everyone else, yes?
I had something, but then I left, and then I
Oh.
came back, and then it was not
Okay,
applicable anymore.
go ahead, ask.
So if I could just,
Nope. Say it. Say
Yes.
it. Words.
Say it now.
Please.
I just wanted to know how, if Mavis remembers how she ended up on the ship, how she got here. Like why she was on the ship.
Okay, so this
It
will
was
be
a long conversation ago.
You can roll me a history advantage.
You could just
Or we
message
could do
me
it
later about it.
No. You can do this right now. No worries.
Nice! Nice! I was never meant to know! See,
Okay.
I should have just not even fucking asked.
No, this is perfect. So as far as your memories are concerned, Mavis, you were with Antonio's crew, the Storm Stinger, for quite a while, which that leaves a little bit of a hole of how long you've been with them. You are a member, and kind of, in a way, quote unquote, on Zadari's faction, at least for succession. But how you actually got to join their crew, you don't remember too much, which is odd for you.
Okay.
But as far as you do know is that they do treat you as family.
Gotcha.
So was I able to get a mirror off of one of the two?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Ari handed over hers.
Okay, I'll take that then. Thank you.
Of course.
Babe, I'm sorry that you have my roles.
Jeebus, your household is cursed. I refuse to run a...
I have
one
cursed
button.
my entire internet.
fine. You'll be fine. This is fine. This is good. Actually.
It's great.
You must come to my house. This is where the real roles live.
Oh. All
Yeah,
right.
kidding.
That was hurtful.
But it's true though.
So I'm just gonna
Unless
move.
you're rolling D100s, then you don't want to live here.
I'd like to point out that's a 1 in 400 chance.
I know. It's great.
And I've gotten more than once.
All
I
right. So I'm
know.
just gonna move these guys out because they're gonna have their own place and stuff to do. The next day starts to roll in. Everyone that is sleeping. Let me see. Sindra. See, 1, 2, 3,
When are we
4.
doing the? Oh shit! Do we still have to do the séance that Tiernan asked for?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's actually
yeah,
the
we
next
gotta go to
day because
We need to
Okay.
cast a bronze gear first, though.
yes.
Okay.
Which is really sucks that I did not get my special thing today.
It happens.
That's fine.
But let's move
Does
quickly.
anybody sleep in Tyrann's in the same room as Tyrannon?
No, I think Mavis and Ria are in the same room. I think Syndra's in her own room.
Syndra's in
Cinder
her
and Marn
room.
are in their own room.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Tyrannon is just fucking paralyzed in his bed. For an hour.
Tyrannon.
Curled up cat pose. Just sitting there like sage staring at the fucking door.
It's not the curled up cat pose, it's the frightened cat pose, and he just can't move from that, like with hairs up on one end.
It's actually more of the shocked rat pose that his hands and arms are straight upward curled, tails twisted a little bit.
Like a dead rat. Oh my god.
There's a knock, the door slightly opens. You watch a spider thing crawl in, and then there's just.
Speaking of,
As it crawls back out.
1, 2, 3, 4, and that will make
Oh,
Syndra
no.
5.
Scared.
I
Oh
see.
boy.
1. Actually, no, let me rephrase that. So Syndra 1, Tyrannon 2, then Arizel will be 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so let's roll a d10.
D10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes.
Hey, not me!
9.
Actually, shit, that is me! That is me! Fuck! Damn it!
Can you roll
God, I
me?
hate me.
Just roll me a wisdom saving throw again.
So
Not
much
bad.
blood out in the ears.
Fuck you, 27. Get out of my head.
True, it's...
Okay. Well, nothing happens. You dream.
Good.
You
Fuck
sleep
off.
peacefully. And now for the remaining numbers. So removing Adaria now. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. So
D8.
Yep. Fuck
Uh-huh.
all you. Well, now it's Mavis.
yep.
Yeah, it's famous.
Mavis, roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Again. Okay. Please be better than what I just rolled.
Be part of the party.
Suffer together.
Where? Oh, don't. There you go. Aha!
God. The two wisdom saving ones.
Well,
Get it.
you sleep peacefully. Nothing happens in your dreams.
Thank
Okay.
God.
Shout out to the only two people that are wisdom builds that can probably cast this.
Well, that's it for this particular evening. As time passes on, morning comes in. Tyrannon, you are paralyzed for 1 hour due to the fact you were unable to control the unstable ley line energy coursing through your body. Though you can roll me an intelligence.
So, I'm gonna ask, is the map accurate?
Yes.
Good, she's within range. It'll make a link with Cinder when I wake up and can't move. It happened again.
Wait,
You want
Syndra
to kick the
or
door open?
Aria?
Yeah.
Well, it's
sure.
not locked. I need help moving.
Sure, let me get my one arm in there. She opens the door.
You just see him, literally, as Bison described, all 4 limbs straight up in the air.
Hold on, let me roll my d6 again so I have it. Still? God. Alright, so it's again additive, not subtractive.
And there's just immense energy posing through the sapphire parts of him.
Indra, I think he's dead.
I'm not fucking dead!
You can just hear the growling, the grunting.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's just telepathy. Telepathy.
Yeah,
I figured.
but to Syndra,
Walking by.
in, just sees the.
Why
While
don't you pick him up? Because I sure as fuck can't with one arm.
I'm only 40 pounds.
With one arm, dear.
You've helped me before out of this.
I thought Rasputin carried you on his back.
Well, he did, but then in the morning again, you cast a fucking spell!
Let me look for my spells, because I actually forget. Hold on, I have to readjust everything.
Alright.
Because I need to remember how many spells I can prepare, actually. My brain's being dumb.
And you do anything, Syndra, as you see Tyrion in this
He
awkward.
walks over there next to him, kind of pokes him a little bit.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw, Syndra.
Oh no.
Oh shit!
You feel a sharp tingle, almost like a really high build-up static electricity.
Well, let's see how bad this works.
Wisdom plus my druid level.
We see how this works out, if I do it.
Wow.
Hey, another. Alright, it has been. 1, 2. It has been 2 rolls since the last 1 in 400 chance.
I'm just going to point this out. What happens is one of her skelly boys walks in his full armor,
Is it
and
the
about the
mithril
same
armor
time
I
he
gave him?
reaches over to grab Tiernan by one of the like his leg, he reaches over and grabs Adaria.
Yes, let me again with one hand.
No, the skelly boy is now a link of metal between Tyrion and Adaria.
Actually, let me just roll something here now.
Grounding at her.
Actually, Tyrion, roll me a d100.
How would that work? 'Cause, like,
Absolutely.
I guess technically I don't have any metal on me, so like
46?
You know what? I'll go with it. You're magnetized
Yeah,
now to the Skelly boy.
oh
It's pulling myself to him?
Yes.
It's not like I go on. I don't sleep without my weapons on me.
Yeah, no, your weapons are on you.
Now I don't have to deal
I'm
with it.
just fucking stuck to him.
Just walks out of the room because
Is this the one that has my old mithril plate on him?
Yeah, let's go with that.
So you just made a magnet for him. That's fun.
I think it's just hilarious the fact that he's got
All
stuff
you
in his
hear is,
back.
I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this.
I mean, it's no different than Rasputin carrying you, except now you
No,
just.
it is. It very
Yeah, 'cause
much
he's stuck to
is.
to the arm,
I
not
just
like the whole.
stuck to him.
It'll wear off eventually, right?
In an hour.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll just fall to the ground in an hour.
I mean, even
You
the
open your mouth.
No, you don't hear any of that because this is all mental. Because I'm
I
pretty
will
sure
make a
you can't
mental
move
link
now.
to Ari. Is she leaving her room right now as they would walk
I'm like
by?
literally watching as Kieran walks away with the damn skeleton. I'm like, what the heck?
This is the
It's
great
skeleton.
point.
You just feel that like high pitched whine enter your head and go, "You're the fucking lucky one."
How?
Jesus Christ! What? That's another one. Guys, stop.
So,
Right.
so to everyone,
Sometimes turns me into this.
So everyone that's in view, or at least within 10 feet of the skeleton, you see that the skeleton is glowing like neon colors because of the excess energy.
Is anyone with metal having their stuff pulled to it then, since he's technically a walking magnet?
Yes.
Thank God I don't have metal on me. Fuck all of you, I can't.
You just feel the slight pull of it, but it's not. It's just a slight pull. It's not like a super magnet. It's just like you feel.
Oh, okay. I thought we
I have a gun.
I'm just saying, you just.
This is literally an electromagnet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like basically ley line energy making a magnet. Shouldn't it be a little bit more powerful than just a standard everyday?
Well,
It's unstable.
Of course, it's through me.
Yeah.
True, I guess.
And right now it's being distributed out of the skeleton. So.
My God, we have made the worst out of the best, and I love it.
All right, everyone, move along.
Right.
Breakfast.
So
Can you even open your mouth?
I will just
No,
move.
this is all telepathy.
I will just
I know,
move
that's
everyone
what she
over
was
here.
asking.
Sid had asked that at one point. Can you even open your mouth, Tyrion?
Let's see.
You feel the mental leak? No.
I'll just move all the tokens.
As Sin walks by Fia's room, she's
Okay.
going to stop and check on her.
Alright, let me just move here, and I'll just move you as here.
Oh, Fia can move.
Oh, whoops, I grabbed her by accident. Thank you.
Up and alive. The rotworms hadn't killed her.
Alright, where's my skelly boy? This is my friend now.
That you
Hello,
are.
friend. You're stuck to me.
I imagine at the same time about
You're
that
you to him.
Miley like crawls over on top of you to just say,
Take as much as you want, you little.
"Here, I don't want
You know
to
what?
take it."
Yeah, at this point, you have been my best friend so far. You have aided me in killing many things.
As the mistress wishes.
Literally went with you to help you get into Ed. No, I don't know her. Fuck her.
So, Syndra, you go check on Fia.
Mm-hmm.
You can roll me medicine or just straight intelligence.
I'm very upset by that D20. I don't know what it is, but it's funny. It scares me.
That was for the
Let's
other
see.
magnet.
Or straight what?
Straight intelligence.
Yeah, we're gonna go with intelligence. Wisdom isn't great.
Oh my
Would've
God.
better than that.
Well,
That's what
from
you
what
get
you
for the nat 20s, buddy.
from what you can gather at this moment, her breathing is at least steady. She is still sleeping, but there's, at least from what you can tell, there's no risk to her life at this moment.
Sorry, what was that, Miser?
There is no risk to her life at this moment. She's just breathing steadily and still asleep.
Syndra probably... She'll pull out a piece of parchment, write a quick note on it, walk over, set it on the nightstand with the name Pia on it.
Okay.
And it basically says, when you wake up, we should talk.
Alright. Roll me, for that one, I will definitely need you to roll me a persuasion.
So she'll write down her name, too.
Yes. But I also need the persuasion, though. Alright. We'll get back to that in a little bit.
As persuasive as always.
A threat is
The
almost
charisma party.
a threat is like a thinly veiled persuasion. Don't worry, one day we'll have someone with actual charisma.
Tyrion dies.
Alright. And now,
Yeah, Tyrion.
So, with that,
Charisma's a dump stat.
usually it is.
No, that's not. Never mind.
Anyway,
You'll see.
anyway, breakfast is served.
Asian.
It's a wide variety of decent sausages, eggs.
Oh,
Apparently-
cool. All things you need to chew.
There is some oatmeal. Actually, more oatmeal than usual.
You just shove it down Tyrannon's gullet.
Again, one of the the innkeeper, Silvermane, simply states, "Well, considering that some order is returning to Stormforge, the quality is getting better, and hopefully we'll get more decent people to come in now and not criminal organizations or cultists. You guys weren't exactly subtle when mentioning some names down here."
All part of the plan.
Sadly, subtlety is not part of our strong suit.
That's fine. Again, as long as we get some decent people and no more madness and stuff. Also, he kind of looks over to Tyrannon, who's still by the... He's still paralyzed, just kind of walks over to you. "Lad, are you alright there?"
No.
Kind of walks over to you.
He feels that it's just that high pitched ringing before the blink connects, and he just hears, "No."
Right. Pauses for a moment. Goes into his pocket. And let me get his sheet.
It only lasts a little bit in the morning, so do not waste any material components on me.
You certainly.
I'm gonna be smashing the oatmeal up for
Excellent.
Tyrion.
Tyrion has a very awkward version of morning wood.
I'm just gonna roll his wisdom.
Please tell me I can hear her.
Yeah, I can. It's great.
I can hear her.
I can hear it. You're fine.
She's dying. That got her.
Joe Much just goes, "Right. When you're ready, just prepare the gear relic or whatever it is to contact Primus. I don't think this is going to go very well, though."
Contacting gods, in our experience, has never gone well.
What do you mean? They've gone mostly fine.
You usually end up bleeding from some sort of orifice.
Did he just say Primus?
Yes?
You requested to talk to Primus.
Yes, why? Is that a bad idea?
Probably.
Well, he seems to be allied with us currently in our exact endeavors.
No.
Why not?
I don't believe that at all.
Why would he not want to stop the one that is messing with the natural order of things as the god of neutrality?
Last time I checked, Primus wasn't a god of neutrality, he's a god of order.
Right. And is Ed not messing with the natural order?
As in, Primus probably wants to delete everything that we are right now instead of just having things go back to normal.
No, in all
He's probably
honesty,
closer to our enemy.
in all honesty, he doesn't give a rat's ass about us unless we start messing with things.
Well,
No, I
I'm
mean,
going
the
to end
whole
up with
situation.
several questions to Primus.
One I suggest, do not
I've already
mention.
paid the dwarf. It's happening.
What I will suggest is we shouldn't mention Sign's name, lest we will probably strike Isaiah as
Why
he
would
shouldn't
I?
exist anymore. Never know. Could come
I
up.
was going to try to base my questions towards defeating Ed.
Theoretically, there is someone probably better to contact.
Who is that?
Mistra.
Should you contact? Who is Mistra?
The goddess of magic.
Oh.
Darren, you would definitely have heard the name at least once or twice before from your sister.
Yeah, that's why I kind of did. I didn't wait for you to tell me to roll because yes, I probably heard of him. B, kind of didn't care.
True.
Should you tell the dwarf that we would like to contact that one instead? And maybe you do it instead of me talking to something? I mean, Adaria talks to gods on a fucking daily basis, so maybe she should talk to them. Usually ends up bleeding out of somewhere, though.
Joba, again, he's not working so much this morning, but it's also that he can hear well enough, and he'll just say, I will let you know I only got enough strength to cast that one particular spell once, so make it count.
Alright, let's think about this then. Let's list the pros and the cons.
We've already seen one of Primus's minions.
But
Yes.
he may be hunted for all eternity.
If we are in fact paradoxes, Primus probably just wants to smack us all down, delete us, and go back to his happy existence of not this whole problem. Theoretically. On the other hand, you might actually be onto something.
Well, we are trying to destroy the root of his problem.
But we are dealing with a situation where I understand how that god functions. We're dealing with a god that's probably not as flexible and how do I put it? Might not think outside the box. Which may be actually why this entire situation is constantly happening, is his own failures.
Well, if Mistra is goddess of the weave, does she not live in her own magical box?
Mistra is one of the ones who put the rules of magic into effect. It maintains the weave. It maintains its ability, but she is also somebody who allows a certain power that goes outside of the weave. Which means she understands magic beyond all things. Theoretically, we're dealing with a wizard. A wizard who is trying to step outside of the laws of the weave. Therefore, she's either going to be against us, completely doesn't care, or views it as a complete affront to everything she is. So, theoretically, if we have 3 questions, that's the problem. Who would it be better to ask 3 questions of, and what 3 questions?
I don't know. I just thought it'd be a good idea to speak to a god of that level.
What kind of answers are we expecting to get?
I don't know. You think I put much thought into this? I just acted.
Alright. Go ask what kind of answers we can get.
He realized he can't move. The eyes move down to his body. I fucking can't.
You have about 20 minutes before that wears off?
About. Here, you hear the disconnect sound pretty much.
Yeah,
And then,
ka-chink.
and then Silver Spirit, whatever the fuck his name is, here's the disconnect sound. What kind of answers can we expect from these beings?
As you ask Joba about this, let me just get his knowledge.
Completely out of the fucking blue.
Why did he has? Oh, he had guidance here. Get rid of that. He doesn't have guidance right now. 12. Actually, let me roll that. And that's for Primus, and this is for Mistra. He has two different ones. Okay. That's probably the sign that things are gonna go really bad soon. So he pauses. Primus, I don't know much about, since apparently he is a lawful, neutral, a very inflexible being, and again, I'm not a construct or warforged, so I don't really have any reason to deal with a mechanical god. Mistra, a little bit more so, but she handles the weave. The spell that I'm going to use is known as Commune, so you're not going to get too many answers or details. You have a minute to ask 3 questions. The questions will be mostly yes or no, or perhaps a few syllables at best. And if I were to keep casting it over and over again, the difficulty to make that contact is higher, and there's also a higher chance of actually irritating said deity or proxy. So you're not always guaranteed to speak to the deity directly. You might just talk to a proxy or a herald.
And connection cut, connection open. He relays that all to Syndra.
He said this out loud, actually.
Oh, okay.
He's just over here handling the things, and he's just talking loud enough for you all to hear it. Everybody else not really caring because they're not really worried about it. They got their own daily worries and not have to go pray to crazy gods and goddesses that are not part of their scope of interest or religion. As Joba adds again, considering that I mostly am a follower of Moradin, there might be some difficulties. Well, not with Mistra, but with Primus probably. So, depending on which one you want to talk to, I suggest you bring me a relic of one of those two, or something of a symbol that represents them. This would make it easier, or at least lessen the difficulty for me. And I already have a small supply of holy water.
So we have 3 yes and no questions. They may or may not. We already have a stack against us if we're going for Primus. There's a chance for Mistra. I don't think contacting Moradin would probably help us all in this game. So, theoretically, what 3 questions that are yes or no answers would be viable?
Walks over, places more food and drinks, varying from alcohol to simple milk and water.
Thank you.
Tyrion stares at the white water like, what the fuck is that?
Milk. For bones. Looks over to some of you, which I think some of you might need.
Lactose intolerance.
Ah.
And it also regrow arms. She kind of wiggles the nub because technically she still didn't get the origami arm yet.
Bomia showed up a little earlier. Said that something is waiting for you. You are the nub.
Well, we'll probably head on our way out once he can actually move his lips and feet and literally everything.
I think he's able to move now. Kinda waves.
He just keeps hearing, wiggle your big toe.
Wait, is he saying that out loud? Or is
No, he's thinking that, but he's also transferring that through the telepathy.
You see Binge just quietly eating his food. Looks at all of you, is like, talking to gods, that's impressive.
I've done 6 so far, and I still haven't had my brain blown out.
I mean, there's been enough blood to imagine half of it's gone.
Yes, I saw that.
Oh, that was one. That wasn't counting the other 5.
Oh, fuck! Get off of me! Grabs the nearest sausage and eats it.
It's tasty, a little salty.
Perfect. The saltwater being.
And
I'm
then
gonna say, that's just turned it in a nutshell. You don't have to describe the sausage like that. Almost salty.
Goodness, how sausage is like it.
Your name is a sausage.
and
He is a
Joe-
water sausage, or the sausage of the sea, as they're called.
Job again applying some food and other stuff just adds. Right, so whenever you're all ready, just contact me or tell me and we'll find a open space that will not require damage to the inn. Last thing I need is for some crazy herald to come coming over or something, and if we are contacting Primus, I would like to not have my inn blown up by some angry Modron squadron or other things that follow the machine god.
Sindra, you seem to have some ideas that of contacting a god. Which one do you believe would be the best?
You know,
It sounds like you wanted to contact Mistra instead of Primus.
I have 3 questions for Mistra. But I don't know necessarily if they're going to be as effective.
The only reason Primus was in my head is because it seems that Ed is diametrically opposed to him.
No, I think he's just fighting against it just as much as he is everything else. Primus usually only gets into affairs if it's multiple timelines, fuckery with everything, just
Correct?
the
Correct?
risk of the universe falling apart.
Correct. That is all 3.
Not wrong.
But that's the problem, though. Primus tends to, in history books, just be a god that would rather eliminate the problem than fix it.
Also
We would
very
like
true.
to eliminate the problem.
The problem is the problem can be an entire 200 years of its history that you just eliminate.
I'm okay with that.
You're okay with not existing?
I'm 300 years old.
No, I mean, he would. Never mind. How would you like to have ceased to exist 100 years?
That would be a waste of being. Would only
That's the
live
thing.
for 100 years.
Most normal people, actually.
I wouldn't call that normal.
Humans, mostly.
They breed like chickens.
That's why they live so long. Short time. Natural selection and all that.
Please tell me Popeye pops out of the pack when he says chickens.
Yeah. There's a pair of glowing blue eyes coming out of the pouch or the backpack. Just looks at you all. Looks at the food of the breakfast. Hops out and starts pecking at some of the scrambled eggs.
You should see turn and look at the rest of you like, is that cannibalism?
Yeah, Syndra's even looking at like, huh.
Yikes.
Popeye just stares at you all. Looks over to Adaria.
Don't look at me. Still not talking to you. She's not going to talk to that fucking chicken.
And after the sass she got, yes, I understand.
Told you she's not doing it purely out of spite.
I'm just gonna roll something for Popeye.
Tyrion David like rolls his neck and you hear like 6 pops, like ah.
Is that normal?
Just whenever the issue happens, every bone in my body, and he just like rolls both of his shoulders and you hear 2 large pops. Gets stiff.
That being said, well, Adaria, you do know what you need to get, or at least your next destination. Anyone else, as breakfast will be concluded, and we move on to quick mixing.
Ready.
Sender, we still haven't decided which god, and we need to go to the blacksmith to forge the fucking symbol, so what are we making?
Well, actually, I already have a symbol if you want to contact Mistra, but that's besides.
Fantastic. And he walks away. I need to finish my fucking armor.
Okay.
Am I the one handling that? I guess I am.
Probably, unless you want me to talk to the god of magic.
So we'll just do a quick speed of it. As Tyrion, you head off to the forge. Had to change it to the proper forge, and it's not just a bunch of guns out there.
I want the gun. Why
You
should
like
no
the
sell
guns?
gun?
You're a big gun. Happens in Ogre Cuz.
Oh, she's not a gun expert. She likes making weapons and gear and armor. But anyway,
Yeah, armor.
yeah, especially considering you need a hand. So
I don't know if that's pretty all right though, but who knows?
oh,
This is just like multi-layered puns, and I hate all of them.
On you.
it's on you indeed. All right, so as you enter with so Adaria and Tyrion, does anyone else go with Mavis? I don't know. I kind of just left the tokens there because it's just going speed.
Yeah, I could just be there. For moral
Chilling,
support.
Okay, move this back a little bit. There we go. So, again, Lamia just kind of tosses you an arm, literally, at you, Adaria.
Do I have to catch it?
Yes, dexterity. Or dexterity.
Saving throw or just
Just
flat?
no, just flat dexterity.
Oh, I'm gonna fuck this up. Wow.
Nah, you got it.
You know what's funny too is technically with my face shield I do have that alert feat built baked in, so that actually makes sense.
Like, there you go. Managed to craft the wood and the extra special metal into it. Oh, I need to actually readjust it into your nub, so this is going to hurt a little bit as she forces you to sit down.
Oh, it couldn't be that bad. I've dealt with
Constitution
other
saving
things.
throw. As she attaches the
Shit.
nerve endings into your nub.
Like I said, it's probably not going to be that bad. Never mind.
Okay. You take 11 points of piercing damage.
I don't remember which one it was.
It was your left arm.
Yeah, that's why I said she'd be all right.
Oh, it was the right arm? Yes. All right.
Well,
But you do.
You have 2 left arms now.
Thank you for the pun, buddy. Really, thank you for that pun. I'm gonna
you're
cry.
welcome.
I'm gonna go cry in a corner now.
Ooh, I actually felt that.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
But
Are you really?
No, not at all.
No, I didn't think so.
I was thinking of the Futurama Zoidberg thing, but anyway. Yeah, so you hear the tss, and then something piercing into the nub of your missing arm. And for a brief moment, besides taking the 11 points of piercing damage, it feels like your veins or something is connecting that stub of an arm of yours to the prosthetic. And the weird feeling is stretching from that nub into the prosthetic arm, and eventually you start feeling movement with the hand.
At least it functions like an arm.
Well, yes,
You
that's
appreciate.
exactly exactly what the extra metal was made for, apparently.
Do appreciate that.
I suppose, but still, it's definitely weird properties that metal is, so I suggest you be careful with that. As she gives you a glove that goes up to the bicep. Yeah, you can use that to cover it.
Yeah, I guess you'll just throw it over then.
Right, now before I work on the other prosthetic arms and legs that other people need, I'll help you with finishing up that armor of yours. As she looks over to you, Mavis. And you'll ask, do you need any of the particular gear or weaponry? I can at least do something.
Maybe an upgrade to a crossbow and possible bolts.
What he said.
Alright, pass them to me. I'll have them ready by either the end of the day or tomorrow. As she holds her hand out in expectation.
It's gonna be reluctant, but she's going to hand him over.
Smart choice. I'll give you the bill later.
I'll handle it.
She places it to the side and then puts a small blue tag on top of it, or at least it looks like a little totem, and places it right there. There, that to remind me to handle it today. Right, now for your armor, as she walks and works with you with the armor, and since we're going with short on time and all that kind of stuff, and I already showed it before, but you eventually were able to craft this armor. And it's light. Right. Is there anything else before the end of the day? Or,
Back to normal.
you see normal as is.
I hated the metal armor.
Most dwarves would kill to have that sort of armor.
I'm not a dwarf.
I know. Still.
If it's not something I can kill, I don't want to wear it.
You see some of the battle ragers. Right, I'll have this crossbow ready for you probably later in the evening. You shall head out for your, time and whatnot.
Thank you.
Would any of these help in Terran's going to take out some of the anomaly teeth?
I can use some of those for arrows.
Are they just going to take out those weird orange rocks? What about these? What are these?
Let me get to her sheet now.
Tiernan, you don't have to.
I don't have to, but you've kept us alive.
We still have that one rock.
The magma rock?
Yeah.
That's mine.
Yeah, Tiernan's not giving that up.
It's like, this is my heat source when we go.
This is my sleeping
You go
rock.
to anywhere cold, Tiernan uses that shit.
While he's doing that, Mavis is going to take out the sapphire and emerald that she has and gives it to Tiernan.
Ooh.
Thank you. How much are they worth?
25 each. Gold.
Right? I can say no to that shit.
He likes gems.
He's a nerd.
Speaking of, Mavis, had you looked into your book as of late?
Oh no.
No, I was making pizza!
Take your time, though.
Mavis, meanwhile, making pizza like.
Oh, I have to close out and then reopen it. Book. Okay. It still has the same as last.
Oh, it didn't save. Hold on.
Okay.
I am now completely resistant to lightning and thunder damage.
Congratulations. Now what? Now we just fight Ed only with thunder?
As long as he only casts lightning bolt or shatter, we're good.
Man, I would hate for Ed to cast literally any other spell.
Flesh to
Average
iron.
is
So, like,
called
they got one that he knows called Disintegrate.
Yeah.
I'm
never
not
used
resistant to necrotic. Is that force?
That's force.
Force. There you go. So it did. Now it should update. I don't know why it didn't before.
Well, look at the book. Hold on.
Did I just hear white noise in the background? Oh. Anyway.
Forgetting it's in treasures. Why is it always at the bottom?
Because that's where all the updates are.
I will show the book to Adria. There's
Perhaps I dead due to someone wanting my secret. I do not know the secret. What was that? I guess I'll... Wait. What secrets? Fuck, I don't want to ask anything. I have an idea, though. Here's a weird question. Hold on. I reset the music. My brain is going off. Was there... I'm trying to remember. What exactly were we told during, when we were in the, Mycelian city, like, way back when? I'm trying to remember exactly what the Elder had said to us. Something about along the same lines. This is, like, super far back.
I know. I gotta go back to my notes for that.
This is how my Mariner confuses the DM. Quick, now while he's wounded, take out his knees.
Let me see. I think I had it somewhere here on 24. Or was it 20? Okay, no, that's further back then. Because you went to the Demon Web in 23.5. Cult of Serpents. Here we go.
Sorry for making you search for this. It was just something that came up when I was thinking,
Oh wait, that's something
Or it might
else.
just be misremembering because it's been too long.
It might have been no. It might be a misremembering, but the let me get to her sheet too, because there's also something I had to make sure I'm not gonna just give you misinformation.
Miser reveals the whole plot on accident.
I had done it before by accident. I will not lie. Let's see, where are you? Here you go. Yeah, Gionado. So. Alright. She mentioned that, or at least told you guys, memory-wise, was not related to anything hyper special. It was just that she wants to remain neutral and not risk any of her trading relationship with the other tribes.
Okay. Huh. Okay, that's not really important then.
Well, if you think about it, keeping trading relationships above all else, and why she wanted you guys to leave the village when the Venahan were pursuing you should be something to think about too.
Yeah, not the information I was fishing for, though.
I gotcha.
So remind me again, why, if all of the entries are from different timelines,
Allegedly.
then why should it affect us?
Think of them as roadmaps on what to avoid or what can be helped if we ask the right questions.
There could be possible outcomes for our predicaments.
Then why isn't my book?
I don't know. There are possibly multiple Mavises in different timelines. Experiences the things we are experiencing.
I gave myself my own name.
Correct.
So do you think the other Mavises have different names?
That is possible, but also if you gave yourself your name, would you give yourself the same name in other timelines?
Well, in other timelines, I might have parents.
Yes, but would those timelines be experiencing the same things we are?
Don't know.
It's all a series of events that we deal with. The problem is figuring out which ones lead us to the correct path. And I believe that will be your job
Wait,
as the holder of the book.
can I roll a nature on the dust?
Oh, great.
Which particular dust?
On the book, that it says there are teardrops and dust.
Oh yeah, sure.
Just want to see if something. Just for my own sake of curiosity. Holy shit.
It's ash, really.
Okay, yeah. That's what I kind of figured, but... So is the page itself singed, or is it just dust on the ash on the
It's
page?
singed. It's singed.
Huh.
To give the paper a more description, it seems like somebody was writing this in tears and frustration.
Yeah.
I wish the book had instructions.
Oh, I can't word today. Trust me, if we had instructions for any of this, we wouldn't be asking all these questions and going around in circles. Darren just doesn't and just kind of goes with the flow at this point.
I've stopped asking questions. It seems all preordained, so I'm just dealing with it and killing the things that are in front of me.
All right.
Why are you looking at me like that?
As you say that, Tiernan, let us shift gears to Sindra and Arizel, since the group is currently, since these three are currently out to get their gear. You do see, and let me just, this here. You do see coming down from the stairs very weakly the familiar individual that you saved. Looking very skittish.
Syndra will wave her over and push push a chair to the side, invitingly open.
She makes her way, but she tries to sit in a spot where she is not too close to others at the moment.
Don't worry, I'm not them. None of us are them.
I thank you, but I do not feel comfortable being around people at this moment. I
None of us did.
still hear
I
their
understand.
laughter, the jeering, and the words. You mentioned something about talking. I will try to speak on what I know.
Thank you. It's Fia, right?
Yes, Fia Greaves.
Cinder stands up as she looks over at Amarna and Ari and Morios. As she kind of takes off the coat, kind of rolls down the shirt down her back and turns with her hair to show her. And I imagine Amarna's not doing exactly the same, but is showing, the wounds she has. And it's kind of a thing, with the crew where it's like, you're among friends here that understand.
Well, let me just
So
change
instead of
this.
showing her scars.
Ari picks up on it and does the same.
As I said, nothing will happen here. So please feel free to be comfortable. Some of us know far more about the Red Fox's hands than they will ever want to mention.
You can all visibly see her shudder and look of fear, and it doesn't take any rolls or perception for this, but you can clearly see that she's looking elsewhere. It's not at you guys, but her eyes become slightly vacant and distant. And she just simply says, I still feel...
This table's just as ready to kill as Red Fox, too.
I still feel the worms crawling. And the drugs. No matter how much anesthesia and other things they had pumped into me, I still felt the worms.
Yes, I've heard that's how it is with those. I'm willing to help you get back to Rashtakam. Granted, I'm curious as to how you made it all the way up here.
Taken, kidnapped, used as bargaining piece to keep Lord Ludwig under wraps. He intended to inform Lord Ominence about infestation.
The Red Fox or of the Cult of the Stars?
As you mentioned, Cult of the Stars, her eyes look right at you and they just will look like a cat that's on full alert now.
Zindra's actually not looking directly at her on purpose.
No, to those that are looking, you can see that she's looking right at Syndra. There is definitely a look of shock and bewilderment of, how did you know? Then she'll.
Yeah, those things. I mean, there was an entire record about you, nothing about what you said. Only about what they intended to do.
I see you were the ones that saved me. I can barely remember much except the pain and the worms. I still feel the worms.
There may be a way to fix that, but it will come at a cost. That's not for me and you. I don't have that ability. Nor would I ever take it. But I'm sure there's somebody. She motions towards the dwarf. There are other spellcasters who may be able to modify memory. Please take that pain away.
She looks around. If it can help. But I do worry about the condition of Rashagan and the. She starts having a coughing fit. Pauses to catch a breath. And she will reach for a glass of water, looks at it. There is this look of trepidation to drink the water.
I don't drink water myself, but I trust the dwarf.
Double 18s. Nice. Alright. She drinks the water. First one cup, and then a second one. She lets out a breath. And to those that are watching, the innkeeper, Silvermane looks like he's ready to bring her a plate, but there's definitely a look of hesitation. Looks over to you all, looks to her, looks to Dr. Midnight, who he's currently just watching very carefully at Fia's condition.
Cinder motions for him to bring it to her.
He moves, but he
Direct
also
him to bring it to Sen.
places a plate of simple breakfast, nothing heavy like you guys were eating, something more of the rice porridge and oatmeal, some stuff that are very light. And you'll just simply speak in a low tone. I know not what the lady went through, but unfortunately, modifying someone's memories is against my particular beliefs, and my abilities, sadly.
It's against mine, which is why I don't know it. Cinder grabs the plate, very slowly steps up. And she keeps a distance and extends it out. And the whole during this, she locks eyes with her finally. And normally Sin kind of has a resting bitch face. Her expression's really rather neutral. Probably the most caring that any of crew members have ever seen, but they've all seen this face.
So, Sindra, as you're looking at this particular individual, Fia, she looks at the food, looked at you right in the eyes, and wow, fanfare outside of the traffic. Anyway, you do see that her eyes look more feline looking, as now you notice that the irises look like slits, or perhaps serpentine. You're not sure. But the hands go to the plate and very carefully grab the part of the plate that are farthest away from your hands, as she is intentionally avoiding touching you. And very slowly just moves around and places the plate in front of her on the table.
Been very careful. It's just very. It's not a, it's slow, but, there's no quick movements to it. She sits back down. So they were using you as leverage against Ludwig. And I'm guessing Adia as well?
Yes, the madam is kind, but she is desperate for saving her sister that is in a cult.
I am curious about Adia's other goals. The one about the cult and sister. He approached us at Elmwood Star.
I am not privy of her agenda or her goals other than any other lady of or madame of high standing to gain position and power. But she at least treats and protects us as best she can.
What is the Red Fox's goals with Rashakan? Or do you know?
I need to roll her memory of her history, which, let me get the dice roll. She has a +2. She doesn't finish the character sheet. Ah, she remembers. I recall some of their banter not well due to the drugs and things they did to me, but they plan to make it a paradise of sin, at least from what the individual called Eric said. Though there was mention of needing to remove obstacles, and Milord Ludwig and Madame Adia are among the problems to remove.
Outside of that, I guess the question is the Red Fox and the Cult of the Stars working together to take over Rashakan at least of odds?
complete control and will not brook any equals or servants that have will. She very shakingly eats, well, the oatmeal with a shaking spoon.
Sin kind of leans back. John D.
Aye.
Sorry to bother you in the morning, but how quick could you get a message to Ludwig in Rashikon?
It shouldn't take me too long if you don't need the sending stone. And I've met Lord Ludwig. He's one of the aristocrats that Lord Ominence appointed to keep an eye on Rashikon.
Make it, Ominence level speed. That I think we need to tell Mr. Ludwig that Fia is not dead, but we need to make it in a way that he knows the truth, and that he needs to pretend that she is.
Well, if you need me to do a subserver sort of message, shouldn't be too difficult. Any particular wordings you need me to add or use?
Like I said, John D, I'm trusting you to know. You know, if you've met him, he knows you and can trust you. To let him know that she's alive. Where she is. But that he's going to hear rumors that she's not, and he needs to pretend. And play along until we can get there. Or some other thing, you know. Until we can assist with his infestation.
Since he's particular background, he has advantage on this particular thing to do.
That's why he trusts him.
Yep.
Like, Johnny, you know what to do.
Right. Just give it a few more hours. The stone should be ready to be used.
Thank you, John D.
Though, I will say this, remembering Ludwig's particular mindset, I'm pretty sure he would want more than just my word. So,
That's what I was hoping he would be able to trust you. Or do you think...
it's more of if a man is in love or cares about someone deeply, they are not going to be settled or satisfied with just the words. Speaking from experience.
Well, if I recall how sending works, she looks over at Via. Do you think you could handle a similar message?
Now, she needs to roll for that. And this is her will. I do not know if I can keep my composure.
Understandable. Let me ask then this. And she pulls out a piece of paper and a pen, kind of walks over the same distance, hands it out. What would be something that between you and him, and it's something simple, you know, something that could be conveyed in 1 or 2 words, maybe 5 at most, would be something only you and Ludwig would know?
Very carefully, she goes, plucks the paper from you, and again tries to take the writing utensil while not touching you at all. Begins to write.
She's doing this, very distant. Like she's dealt with this shit before.
Yes, this one you can definitely feel like is even more skittish than previous ones. In fact, it's a miracle she has not run out the inn or started screaming and tirade in fear.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw this out for like the weird thing. Ari and Amarna and Elda know Sin has a weird, like 90% of the time she's crazy, but if they're children, she has this like very gentle but very direct way with them. So in like this case, when she holds the pen out, she's holding it like very, very tip of it kind of thing.
She just writes down 3 words.
Sims holds out her hand.
That'll work great. That way he knows you're fine. And he can play along.
That's something he would know.
Yes. And that's the point. That way again, he knows that you're safe. We can kill a whole bunch of red fox this time.
You see for the briefest of moments, again, the slight slits of the eyes, but I'm just going to roll this one more time. You know, it's very notable fangs briefly come out, but then she returns from this brief moment of ferocity to a meekness and just huddles back to eating her porridge now.
Buffy, if you can think of anything else. Or if you need someone to talk to.
I wish to see Ludwig again.
Now, we will be departing for Penzado soon, and then heading south to Emerald Star. After that, we will head over to Rashikan unless something major comes up.
There's a slow nod, but she's not looking at anyone, just more leaning toward her porridge. Acceptable. And as she says this, Team Forge immediately returns to your through the inn front door. Boom.
Well, that was fun. Only hit a little bit. Also, I think, actually, can I roll strength just to see if I, fuck up the door? Because I'm still kind of getting used to this arm. Just for the lulz.
Sure.
Alright, let me just, Why? Just fucking swing the door open.
The door swings wildly open, and you just hear the innkeeper, Joba, just goes, "If you damage the door, I'm not going to give you any specialty fees or services. You're going to pay for it."
Oh, sorry, still. Testing this new arm out.
And as you do that, Syndra, Arizel, everyone else on the table, you see how quickly Fee immediately goes from her sitting position at this spot to the other side and just kind of watches the rest of the opening door with, well, very much a alert mannerisms.
Oh, she's alive.
it?
Don't yell at her.
Not yelling. That's how I talk.
He's just loudly vocalizing.
I can yell if you want me to.
I would prefer you don't.
Just,
Oh.
you should.
It's too early in the morning for that shit.
It's like
midday. Yeah.
Exactly.
You're like the person that says it's too early in the morning for alcohol and then just starts drinking at 7 a.m.
You see Smee and Dr. Midnight just starting to play cards with each other right now.
I imagine it's just like,
And then Smee just looks over to Binge. Do you want to join?
come on,
Why not?
Oh, God.
It just like walks up and sits next to Armand and goes, "Hi."
Good day.
No, not at all.
That's hilarious. Great.
Yes, we were just getting some information from Miss Fia here. Let her rest for
Oh.
now. She went through a lot.
Oh, maybe she should talk to Arcanos. He's gone through probably just as much.
Yes. That being said, have you all finished your objectives while the captain is, I suppose, speaking with the innkeeper for whichever they need to deal with that talking to
Yeah.
gods?
Armor is all finished, and now I don't have to talk to the god, which is fantastic. Because I was probably going to piss them off somehow. Usually
so,
what happens when I talk to beings
question,
of any
Isaac.
nature.
Just out of my
Answers.
general curiosity, because I didn't ask. As the sleeve she gave me, like, magical, where it makes my arm just look like a normal arm kind of thing?
No, she just gave you a leather glove.
Oh. Alright, so it's more like a just long leather kind of bracer that just goes up my arm.
Yeah, it's just one of those long
Hold on, bracer.
one of those long arm gloves.
Okay, yeah.
She's not gonna give you
I
anything.
can't
else.
believe I'm a fucking Adaria slowly becoming a fucking 2000 scene kid. Now I just need a fucking stockings and then we're there.
Yeah, it's just an arm stocking.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep. John D takes the paper, nods, starts working with the messaging stone, which Sindra, you see he pulls out a more crimson looking one that's very familiar.
And then she walks over to the barkeep. So,
Aye. So you're prepared already, or are your friends gonna be messing around before another? Well, we get this over with, I suppose.
I have 2 spell books, which I can't think of any better looking than Mistra. And probably better if it's. Well, just out of curiosity, am I the one talking to her, or are you going to be mediating between it?
Normally, commune would be I be talking to my patron god or a proxy. Usually. However, in this particular case, I'll be acting as a, as you say, medium. You'll be asking the questions, and I suppose I will be temporarily a door path, which is why we need a somewhat more open space in the event that said messenger does not want to use me as a middleman to talk with. There's also the chance that the spell will fail since it's not my direct deity that I speak with.
Yes, I just don't think Moradin would really. I mean, honestly, do you think Moradin would?
Think of it this way, I am asking my god Moradin to patch me in to speak to another god.
Well, let's hope Mistra's open to talk.
Or if they actually make the connection to talk. Not exactly a perfect science, well, spell work way.
Understandable.
Alright. Let's go out the outside alley. At least that way, whatever goes wrong, it can be dealt with outside. And let me switch scenes for everybody, or who else is coming along with, as he says, I'm going to perform that commune.
I mean, I might as well because I've fucked with enough gods to see if this goes south. At least I get to see the shit another way.
Yeah, Tara will follow.
Alright.
Maves is going because she wants to know. She's just interested in curious. So.
Perfectly fine.
I've seen enough of these shit shows go south from my without my perspective, so I want to see it the other way now.
Alright, there should be enough space and away from my inn. Right.
Unclipped her.
Put your token down.
No, that's why I yelled, "Where am I?" I couldn't find myself in the list.
Yeah, you're all here.
We're all trying to find ourselves. It's just
Right.
the journey of life.
Be sure to have your 3 questions prepared. It will take me a minute to cast this ritual.
Sin like takes both of the spell books she has, hers and the one from before that they found in the temple.
That's a scary
And
looking book
two.
there, but alright.
We are dealing with Mistra. It's all about the magic.
Yes, some with less scruples than others. Very well, let's begin.
Did I mention my great grandfather's a dragon?
I'd rather not know. So, he begins to prepare his commune spell. And Syndra, please roll me a D100. And please don't go below 25. You lucky.
Son
You know
of a
I'd roll
bitch.
cheese picks if I could.
These aren't my dice. He can actually roll them.
I know.
D100.
Alright. That's a D100, so let's see. I'm just gonna roll this now. 3. Who's on 3 of Mistra's little court? Oh. Wow, I didn't have anyone prepare for that court, but I do have the other one. Alright, so all of you see Joa's eyes go completely white, and you do see a image floating behind him, or looks like a shadow of an image. And 1 minute begins.
Okay. Syndra. Is Ed Matthias Dominguez Carstus?
How was she? Okay. No, this is just DM pausing for a moment to answer this properly. Not exactly.
It's the moon tier flower, right? That's the name.
Let me pull it up just to make sure. There you go. Yeah, Moon Deer Flower.
Actually, let me rephrase that answer again, because that was too vague. The answer would, or at least the shadow of Mistra, or at least this vestige of her, what her actual answer would be, they share blood. that's the actual answer because it has to be as accurate, or at least in some way.
So Sindra studies better. There is a potion made from the moon tear flower which binds all Earth's souls together. Will it bind all of the souls across all paradoxes into one singular soul in an instance?
Roll me a perception, Syndra, or insight. Your choice. I'll give you one of those two.
Yay.
You sense a dark pressure coming from this particular vestige, and in fact, Jobo looks a little being worn out a little bit, and you just hear the words, "Tread carefully."
Then takes a deep breath. Will Mistra give me the spellfire if it means beating Ed and stopping this?
You already have it. And with that, the vestige disappears. And Joba, I'm sorry, buddy. She was not your god. Oh dear. Hold on, I need to roll him a con save. Yep. He's got a point of exhaustion now. As he actually falls to his knee and just says, "Ugh. Okay, not doing that again. Ever." But did you get your answers, since I blacked out a little bit?
Yes and no.
No, that wasn't supposed to happen.
But I want you to know you'd at least probably save this iteration of reality.
The hell is a spellfire? I don't think she explained that to us.
Syndra's never even mentioned it before.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused.
Mr. New. Actually, Syndra, could you roll me an insight at advantage, because you did use that particular term? It wasn't too high either, but you feel like you probably just stepped on some toes here.
The fact is, and I don't understand what's going on. So, that puts her in a totally different thing, as she kind of has like a very smug smile on her face right now.
You look smug. Can you explain to the rest of us what the fuck is going on?
I told you needed to trust me.
Right, and I'm waiting for the explanation.
I'll just put it this way. It means we can win.
Neat.
Right, I'm
Where
going
are we
back to the inn. This has probably been the worst commute I've ever had. Pardon me, I'm gonna go get a drink. I shall meet you all back at the inn.
If it makes you feel any better, I've been within 50 feet of Orcus.
I'm at Bahamut.
I am very jealous of you all now, because I would like to share drinks with Moradin. No.
I also met Bahamut. I also met the Fading Dragon. I met a god beyond the realm. I have a list, actually.
I see that subtlety does not work with you all.
Talk to some of those, alright?
I see now subtlety doesn't work with any of you. I do not wish to be hearing these things of dangers and all this. I like to work on my in honor of Moradin.
No, it's like a laundry list. They're like, oh, I talked to one god. Here, let me give you our list.
I would mention Sindra is like helping him to be easy, you know, like.
Yeah, he's a pretty strong dwarf in his own right. He's just he rolled really low on his con because he had to talk to a god that was not his direct god. He was like, Morden, yes, I need to phone Mistra. No, it's nothing like that.
I have a collect call, please.
I'm
for
doing this.
on dial-up.
No, this is how it was for like the brief moment when he was doing the ritual. It was like, yes, look, I'm just trying to talk to Mistra for another person who doesn't have any. No, it's yeah, she's a spellcast. She's a wizard. Yes,
No,
yes.
no,
yes,
I'm not
understand.
changing faiths. No.
No, I'm not changing fates. I'm just gonna be
No, I
conduit.
would not like to donate to
Morden,
this
Morden,
cause.
I'm not jumping you, Morden.
If you're trying to fucking get Morden speak for Tiernan, he has no idea what magic is. He doesn't care. He says he's a dragon, but he actually looks like a kobold. I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh yeah,
Every time.
that was basically his entire ritual, is to make sure that he assures more that he is not changing his fate. He is just trying to do a collect call to another god, to this other person that doesn't know nothing about it. Spells.
Yeah, 811, can you direct me to...
Yeah. But he kind of just goes like, and he just adds with this whole, I see subtlety doesn't work on you all. I do not want to know about world-ending events. I'm just going to run an inn in honor of Moradin. That's all. Kind of just.
I like you.
I
I
understand.
like you. You're the one that doesn't care about all the bullshit we throw at you.
That's
Alright,
it. So do you guys say this? Go back to the inn
No.
after him.
Adorian is just kind of looking at the
Okay.
mirror and kind of just looking back.
I'll head back to the inn.
Okay, let me just move your tokens over there then.
Oh, God.
What are you doing here?
Huh?
You seem lost.
I'm thinking on something right now.
Which is...
Why the hell do I look so ugly?
You're an elf.
Thanks, I'll remember that next time.
Hey, you look a little
Well,
unkempt.
face, not face.
I mean, I think the arm is cool.
Oh, that it is, but it's kind of bound by, leather at the moment, so...
Well, yeah, but it also has got, like, engravings and stuff.
That's true. I'm going to actually turn in early for tonight. Or to get some reading and whatnot in, so...
Right. I think we leave for Pensato tomorrow.
Good. And she'll
Or
just
at least
head ahead
I'm
of
out
me.
of things to do here.
Is my crossbow supposed to be ready tonight?
Either tonight or tomorrow. She's working on it.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, you can pick it up as soon before you leave.
Sweet. I have no sense of time.
No worries. I'm working on the time on myself. No worries. All right. So.
Drake or his crew come back. Let them know we're ready to go back to Manzato tomorrow.
I haven't seen Drake in days.
I'm sure he's around.
It's me looking
Mostly
around.
because he left the kids.
Right, yeah. He's just gestures over to the children in the corner. They must be around.
Yeah,
I
it's
think he's gonna
me.
leave the children.
It's me. As he's in the middle of playing cards with Midnight and Binge, just says, "Yeah, his son Joshua's upstairs with his girlfriend."
What's his name? Joshua, is it?
What they call shore leave.
I'm sure he'll figure it out. Plus, I
The
think
worst thing is, I'm getting land legs. I don't like this.
Oh, cool. Can we go to the desert then?
You know, I hate beaches. I really do hate beaches because the
Oh.
sand is everywhere.
That was
I feel like a
sarcasm. I
desert.
believe I would die in a desert. I am a
Yes.
water-based dragon.
You know why they call it a desert, right?
No, I thought it
It's
was
fucking
filled with sweets.
deserted and nobody lives there.
Wait, but it is spelled the same way as dessert.
No, those.
So I clicked the button.
There's a lacking of a letter. Actually, if I recall, the dragon tongue are two entirely different words.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So
Alright.
all this is ready. You guys have your little dinner. The goblin that's with the kids, Keppa, actually talks to some of you. Says like, yes, I'm just going to inform Zadari and Mr. Drake that you guys will be leaving. We'll be fine, and I'm sure he'll collect us right away since Joshi and Tess are still upstairs and only came down for food briefly and back up.
Aw. Also ill, but aw.
Yeah, well, I mean,
At least they're staying hydrated.
yes. Actually, Adaria and Mavis, since you do share the room closest to theirs, you actually do hear it once in a while. So.
Oh, great. Exactly what I want to hear while tranced.
I hate it here.
Same.
Well, Mavis, you already know Joshua and Tessa were an item. That's why you
I
already.
know. So I'm
Like
not
a
over
magic item or a super rare item? Like,
Yeah, well, you would always be prepared with earplugs. You prepared yourself with earplugs, so you already knew what was coming.
I think
Thanks, Steve. I was trying not to make that joke.
at some point, one of the Skelly boys goes to the door holding a jar with a note on it, and the jar is full of grease, and the note says, "It's getting loud."
Oh my god.
Jar is taken. There's
It says your room.
there's a note that's or at least another tag that's written on it, or at least onto the skelly,
It's just taped to the skeleton.
and it's a long rant of. Do you know how long it takes to actually have an enjoyable shore leave? That's it.
Sindra, absolutely.
By the way, Mavis, when you are entering or attempting to enter this door, it's locked.
Wait, to my own room?
Yes.
Ah. Was there a curfew?
Take it.
I'm gonna knock first.
Adaria, you hear knocking, but I believe you're doing something right now, are you?
Yeah. I'd like to look at the mirror and cast Detect Thoughts on myself.
Well,
Dude, that's some dark shit.
This is a
Roll
bad
me-
idea.
roll me a d100 and please do not roll below 45.
I believe we call this a brain loop.
Yeah.
Why?
To all listeners, I had already warned the player ahead of time. They're going with their own free will. And 66. Wow.
That's the second 66 you've rolled tonight.
Dude.
I rolled the other one.
Yeah.
No, that's the second 66 that's been rolled tonight.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
Great. Great. Well, I prepared this in advance.
Yeah, I asked him last week about this, just in case. Because I was like, hey, how does this work?
Into the mind palace we go.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a shore now. So, Adaria, you find yourself hearing the sea shores and all the beautiful things of what could only be considered a,
Like the
tranquil place.
Oh. No, I was expecting more fire and brimstone in my own mind.
Although you do hear a voice. And it just says, "Oh, it could be a lot worse than that."
And you all?
Let me just get the character sheet, character tokens. Where are you? token that I... Oh, that one was deleted. So let's get some creepy music here, because...
Yeah, he's back! My boy! You know, this might also fuck me up beyond recognition considering, but...
Yep, as the figure standing in front of you, Arum just looks a little surprised. Well, I suppose using a mental feed loop would lead to such, well, conclusion, I guess.
Oh, is this the beginning or the end?
The absolute end.
What do I see, even though it was calm at the beginning?
Specify on that one.
Like, I know I see the, like, shore side and everything, but is there, like, anything else going, like, beyond that from what
Perception.
I can see?
You're not sure, but with the 18 perception you rolled in GM roll, you do see the vast stars, but in the far off distance you do see what looks to be like a large black shape that's swallowed up some of the stars.
Oh, so this is what happened when the king gets his way.
No, not the king. That's just a minor problem.
Ed?
He is simply a trigger.
The throne of Orion.
That is possibility, as Auron's voice starts multiplying and you start seeing
Oh.
what looks to be like other figures standing next to him. And I'll just shift Z them all.
God, I love all of these, actually.
Oh, we haven't met that one.
Which...
And they do speak in absolute perfect unison, both the same voice. As you may be wondering, the absolute end is different in various forms, but this is one of two highly possible absolute ends. And as you may be wondering, it is a trigger.
Is this what happens when... There, hold on, my brain just... I want to think how I want to phrase this correctly. Is this what happens if Sindri uses the spell fire?
No, that's actually one of the other particular possibilities. This is one that, let's just say Ed succeeds, but also fails.
You said there was a black orb in the sky, right?
Black figure.
Can I, like, make it out any more than...
Roll me
or
another
just-
perception.
I just- Come on. Oh my god.
You realize that it's far away, but yet you realize that it's massive because it's far away. And it's moving in your direction. And Arum, along with the other two figures, they just add, look carefully, as this is one of the very possible things. It's if you fail to stop the trigger and all the paradoxes truly damage things, well, that is what everything beyond this nexus point might just face. As the figure begins to get much closer and closer until from the distance you see it, you see something like this. But yet it's still far.
Should I be worried about my brain breaking here? Considering I'm cheating, so to speak.
Yes, because it already noticed you. As Syndra, you see that it's slowly reaching the shore.
You mean Adaria?
Yes, Aria.
Man, I would hate if Cinder was in on that.
Nope, my apologies. Adaria, you realize it's coming closer and closer to the shore, which I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Question, is this a spell or spell-like ability?
No, this is for your own sanity. As you're starting to realize that the thing that's coming to the shore is massive and you fail, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, I should have been having you roll this earlier, but I'll start rolling this. So this is a 3. So that's 17 points.
Ow.
No, there's not damage. You'll find out what it is in a little bit.
I have an idea, and I don't like it.
But it is moving very slowly as if it's just, well, observing you. And the 3 figures with Aru in the center just ask, so what was your goal for doing this? What was your plan?
Well, I'm always trying to piece together my memories, and I was tired of just having them fed to me piece by piece. I want to know who and what I was, so I won't make the same mistakes again, so I sped up the process.
And by speeding up the process as this one begins to speak to you, but now with a more different voice, a more gentleman voice. Yes, and as you sped up the process, you have also doomed yourself in a way that, while it could have been beneficial, you now, in a way, close possible doors. Make me another wisdom saving throw.
22.
Okay, you only take half of this.
That's still not great.
I know. But, Adaria, you're starting to feel severe. Well, not even severe. You're starting to feel and hear the sounds of white noise. This noise as some of the words that next come out from the individual here that speaks to you. As he adds, think carefully on the terms throne of Orion and what your comrade Sindra Gallus mentioned about a constellation.
Well, if I have a brain left after this, I'll have to let her know.
The one in the center, Aruncha says, yes, if there is a second time. Not many get repeated chances, no matter how many paradoxes we may be. Another wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh my god.
All right, half of this.
Still not good.
That'll be 8. So now it is.
Do you round up or down just so I can
Down.
do the math? Okay. So that's 10, 17,
35 right
27.
now.
Okay.
And that white noise is just getting very, very irritating. Also, if you look behind you, you see that the figure is slowly approaching.
Tell me at least one thing before all of this collapses, at least to ease my sanity or whatever going to be that of. Why did the fading dragon make a paradox from an elf?
All three of them say in unison, "Who says the dragon made the paradox?" Have you not seen the insanity of what has been converted from one thing to another? Transcendence, descending.
Can I know it's in a weird mindscape, but can I roll a history? So like, since I'm in like a place that's essentially my own head, start pulling memories, it's a weirder one.
Roll me, yes, you can roll me a flat history at this point now.
Okay. 12.
You feel like something is in the scratching in the back of your head. Something you're supposed to remember, but you can't quite. Roll me another wisdom saving throw.
My god.
Ooh, is Tyrion making the mental thing? Excellent. I'm gonna. Ooh, okay. So you're gonna take half of this, and then that is 7.
Yes. She's in the. Maybe this is the fucking way.
Oh no! Oh, Tyrion's about to have his brain broken.
Yep. So Tyrion, you attempt to use telepathic on Adaria at this moment.
Yeah.
All right. I need you to make me 2 saving throws. I need you to make me first a wisdom and then a constitution.
Wisdom. Con.
Oh no!
So, Tyrion, as you peer into her mind, you hear what seems to be like a strange feedback loop. Almost as if you recall one time when both your mother and your sister decided to send you telepathic messages at the exact same time.
Oh, it's alright.
And
Lucky Pat.
with your failed constitution saving throw, you feel extremely nauseated. So you are under the quote-unquote effects of poison. So you have now disadvantage on your attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws for 1 minute.
Where is the nearest place I can throw up?
The windows.
Going to the window.
I like to point out that Tyrion's like, I'll get her to open the door. Immediately throws up.
I need a bucket.
It is extreme vertigo for you, Tyrion. This is definitely odd for you as a dragon.
You should sleep in my room tonight. Maybe she's doing god shit again.
As long as you don't throw up the whole night.
I feel so bad.
I would say sleep with Syndra, but I think she's already sleeping with someone.
Alright, pops her head out. Is everything okay out here?
Can I bunk with you?
Yeah.
No one's gonna ask why, just like, nah.
Yeah.
Shit, literally all the time.
I know, which is the best part.
So, Adaria, do you ask for anything else? As the center Aurum simply speaks, you best try to force yourself awake. And unfortunately, we cannot help you at this point.
Let me roll something.
Stab yourself a word for me.
No, I'm gonna roll a wisdom to see if her pride of finding answers is going to trump her will to wake up. Because I'm playing to her character.
So which is gonna be which? High or low is what I should ask. Oh.
The low was her staying. And she looks at all of them. Says, I came here for answers, even if it comes at part of breaking myself. I've broken the world before. This won't.
Yes, you
Stop
had
me
broken
now.
the world before, along with the others. And I need you to make me another wisdom saving throw.
Not 20.
Okay, well, you still take half of this, though.
I know.
So that's just 7.
I love how it's like 10. 1.
Well, incredibly low for that.
And again, they speak. Yes, this has been playing over and over, and we are seeking to end this loop which you have now thrown yourself into it.
How many times have I come to the same place asking for answers to questions?
This will be your 3rd time here.
Am I actually the woman that is the door to the key and slowly just creating the loop over and over again?
That is a quandary that is neither confirmed nor denied. Another wisdom saving throw as you hear a loud footstep.
Nope.
As a failure, sadly.
I have maybe one last thing. I don't I feel like after that one.
The corners of your vision are starting to turn into this strange fuzziness of color that is slowly but surely becoming white.
He looks at all of them and thinks, am I needed to defeat Edward, or do they just need what I can provide?
That is for you to decide, Ataria. Descentia, or Ataria the Messiah, Ataria the Warden of the Star Dragon. Each one giving you a different answer, but then they all pause and just simply say, or Ataria of the Fading Hearts.
You see, a few tears kind of welling up in her eyes. Been a long time. Well, not relatively speaking, anyway. But I think I know where I have to go. And she's going to take a seat and just kind of stare off into the ocean.
So you're staring at the thing that's coming right up to you.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
No,
I'm playing the character.
I know.
friend.
I know. Okay. I need you to make. Okay. Right. This. Now I need you to actually make me 2 saving throws. First is going to be a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage, because now you actually are looking at the thing that's coming towards you, which you see its full vistage now, or most of it. Okay, you just barely passed. Now I need you to make a Constitution saving throw flat.
Sorry, just didn't turn off disadvantage.
That's fine.
10.
Okay, so you'll be taking half of this from the what's happening to your mind, which is an 11. And you are now at 82%. Now I need you to roll me 2d100 and try to go above 82.
No, miser, no. Oh, okay, yeah.
No,
Wait, together or individually?
individually. That was for you, that was for your second chance advantage. So, Adaria, as you turn and sit there looking at the cosmic titan that is slowly but surely, not only as it walks and advances towards you, the stars around it are being consumed into it. And it stops by the shoreline. And even though it is not fully visible there, you do see that it eclipses you immensely by its size alone. And his hand reaches out towards you. You just hear the 3 Aurum and the other 2 behind you. They simply state, "We are sorry that you couldn't go through this phase, and sadly, this might be your last one." As your vision begins to become fully white, and you find yourself here. Oh, let me just I put it in the wrong layer.
You know, the end doesn't even seem that bad. It's blank and boring.
As you attempt to say this or even think this, nothing comes out of you. No thought, no words. Roll me one last D100.
Come on, Mariner. You fucked up D100s before. You can probably not fuck this one up. That's a 12? Why isn't my D100s fucking me harder than Jeebus's nat ones?
All other players,
This question.
all other players, please roll me an intelligence saving throw, please.
Yeah, I was wondering if I broke off that connection or not.
Yes, Tyrion, you have an advantage on this one.
Oh no.
Thank you for reminding me.
Intelligence saver roll?
Yes, everyone rolls intelligence saving throw, but Tyrion, you have advantage because you had a mental connection. Okay.
Yeah, of course, Mavis.
22 hearts!
Well, that must be an advantage, but that is a 28 still.
Okay.
Wizard. Everybody else, 3, 2, 7, 11.
So lucky, because I will say this, there was a low chance, and if it had been 1, so I will explain what I was doing. Adaria, you were slowly being absorbed into the void. This is the void, as knowledge comes to your mind. It is not just the destruction of anything, it is the absolute clean slate of everything. The reset button. And you not only have just decided to forcibly place yourself into the cusp of it, but you have just endangered your very existence and memory of all things around you.
Oh!
And
I see.
the reason why I had you roll that last D100 was because you had a 50-50 chance to get out of this.
I guess I failed the 50-50.
It was a low chance, and I mean, you know how I go with low chances.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
So-
I knew going into this, like, I was pretty much close to a death warrant
Yes.
when I asked this.
So, unfortunately, you did fail the D100, as your body, and you do realize that you are slowly fading away. However, the memory of your existence is not purged, as Tyrannин, Mavis, and Syndra Gallows have just managed to remember you, and they felt something was pulling the existence of your memory out of them. Sadly, Arizel,
Aww.
I'm sorry, but all memories of Adaria, Decentra, and things related to her are slowly but surely being replaced by something else, something that would modify and fit to your memory. And
As I feel this, as I've felt this before, Tyrion is going to bash down that fucking door, and probably because he's still sick, just throw up on her.
yeah, so let me.
I feel like both of my skeletons are right there as Sin like throws the fucking door open.
But I think we throw
Yes.
open the door at the same time. It's just like bashing on the door, not strong enough to open it.
Actually, the door was not heavily locked. So the door does swing open, and I do apologize, but this visual you guys are going to see is Adaria, who is sitting in a trance, cross-legged. And Arizel, you do see everyone rushing in or rushing by. But for some reason, you don't know why they're doing this. And as they're going to the door, your thoughts of who's in that door? Tyrannин, Syndra, Mavis, as you look through the door and into the room, there's no one there. There is, however, a pile of clothes, gear, things left on the bed, but most notably a prosthetic arm made of ironwood and orichalcum.
Is the note still there, Miser? Because I did technically
Yes.
that.
There is a note in the hand of the orichalcum, and you see this.
You want me to read it? Because I think this will be like my last kind of
Yes.
stuff for her since. Okay. Alright. You show it to the Miser just so I can start reading.
I thought I put it for. Oh no! Wait a minute. I gotta change the edit thingy.
Yeah, no problem.
Better be giving us some real fucking sad music here.
Someone-
It's sad music. The
some-
fuck you mean?
So yeah, someone go ahead and change the music and they need to for sadness. I'm also sad because I actually have to. As
Sorry, Miser. As a player, I knew going in, like, this is...
I warned you ahead of time already, so I was somewhat
Yeah.
steeled, but
That's why I kind of wanted to talk with you before I did it.
I know.
You know. Like, also, why is it always your campaigns I push the buttons with a little too hard?
But
Jeez.
there is a message there, Tyrannин, in the prosthetic arm that's missing a body.
You want me to read it then? Mike?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Should be right there.
So, if you're reading this, then I kind of fucked up more than normal. I probably can't come back, so please don't try. In a way, this was always going to happen because I just felt like a drifter and felt that I could break the world before it broke me to get the information I wanted. I guess it broke me though, if you're reading. As for all of you, I didn't think to write out a note for each individual person, sadly, but please don't try to blame yourself or waste any tears on me. Also, if you bury me somewhere, I just want to be able to look at the stars. It does make me wonder if Death has a garden, and if he doesn't, maybe I can convince him to make one. Dehydrated Ateria Decentra.
I will add one thing though, and this is probably your last roll as Ateria Decentra, but could you roll me a d20?
Sure. I don't see what it is. That's a 3. I think it was, yeah, it's 3.
So, the only thing that stays is just the first name, Ateria. The Centra is not there on the letter.
Tiernan reads this to himself. He walks over to Mavis and just pushes this into her chest. Write this down in your book. And you all feel like that all of the hairs on all of you just stand on end as he is just coursing with electricity. I need to go kill something. And he just leaves the bar.
Did Adorea have a bag of holding? Is that what she was carrying around?
Yeah. She had a haversack.
Yes,
all her
and-
items, all the things that she had, her clothes even, are there, but there's no body. There's no dust. There's nothing that represents anything that looked like a living creature was there. Heck, even
Okay,
the
so short of-
prosthetic arm doesn't have any of the blood or stuff in it.
Okay, so short of just like the quick instance to like read over the note, Sin has moved to that haversack and is making sure that the flower is still there.
It's there.
As soon as she's sure of that, she turns around. Fucking idiots. Now I have to recalculate everything. That's first.
Tiernan has gone to go find literally somebody doing anything that Adorea would not have liked, and literally just like even walking out of grass next to a no walking out of grass sign, and he's going to murder them.
So Mavis, do you write anything?
Yes, I will word for word write it in the book.
Sin takes off and starts rushing after Theoden. After she makes she hands Ari the bag and says, "Don't lose anything."
Ari has no fucking idea what's going on.
No, I just watch all of you run away and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Mavis?
But you don't. She's gone.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
This sucks a lot.
Let's go for a walk.
It's even worse because you actually had a chance to do a saving throw. A lot of the NPCs did not.
Oh.
So
In a
Mavis.
way, as a player, I felt horrible about this, but as like a character, I'm like, I hate this is the choice you would probably make too.
So-
No, it's. I agree with you. It's what Adaria would have done. I hate it, but
I'm only
you played
mad.
your character well.
I'm only mad because this is like the first like actual
Character death.
death that wasn't a possum.
Oh my
He doesn't
God.
count.
Right.
He does, but like
He's not
this is
dead.
like an actual
I mean,
player.
he's not dead.
True.
So I'm just gonna say this, Mavis, as you write down word for word, you find on your very bottom of the handout the version 23. Who is Ataria? Never heard of the name. Warden of the Star Dragon? I do not know. Who? And we're gonna end this session here.
I was gonna say, is that in the
Oh,
book?
Yes,
Is
it's
it
in the book.
or on
Yeah,
your...
it's I
It's
saw
in the
the
book.
notes, like,
Ay, bastard.
You better have a fucking good character next time.
I have a bard.
So, what comes to mind to you, Mavis, as you see this last entry?
What comes to mind is I can't open the freaking book.
Uh-oh. Let me,
Well, let me open it.
hold on. I'll do a quick show again. You might have to
I
refresh it.
closed it out and then I tried to open it again and it will not let me.
Oh, yeah, there's that weird bug. You have to refresh it quickly.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, we're at the very end, but...
I'll go fast. I'll go fast.
So remember when I was like, yeah, this is why I needed a mirror? This is basically,
I was terrified. I knew it was coming, but at the same time, I was just like, oh no.
So did I.
Don't do this to me.
sorry.
I know.
I played the character the best of my ability, and she's not very patient about getting her answers, as it's been shown many times over.
I know. I knew it was coming eventually. I was just like, oh god. I'm gonna have to prepare that particular scenery if it comes down to it.
This is sad. I don't like this.
I don't
What?
either.
Okay, it's loading.
The problem, the other problem is that you hit the 80% when you shouldn't have, but you did.
I think it's also too because I forced
Yes.
a lot of the rolls.
It is exactly how Adaria would go. I just hate it.
Yeah.
Obviously, Tyrion hates it.
I don't think
He is
anyone's happy with
fucking
the decision.
pissed. I think this is probably the most electricity the rest of the party has ever felt. Like, it was probably beginning to hurt. Like, standing next to a live taser.
Okay, I do have another question.
Yes.
Because I either missed it or misunderstood. Are the responses, like, all different possible, the word,
Paradoxes?
yes, paradox of all the party or just Mavis?
You don't know exactly.
Or we don't know. Okay, okay.
We don't know who holds the book and who holds it in each version. For all we know, it could be literally all of us at different points.
Okay.
Well, we
Yeah,
know it's
kinda.
not Adaria because she erased herself from the void and the book didn't disappear.
You know, well, now that Mavis reads the book and then knows that Arizel doesn't remember. Blah. I don't like.
Yeah.
What is a sad feeling? I don't like it.
That's called pain.
This is what
Like
happens
it's
when
like it's a
character
different
dies.
sad. I'm sad in real life.
Mhm.
A lot of. This is a different sad. Why is
I
it
was honestly nervous going in, like, do I really want to do this to my character?
I was hoping you didn't. This is a
But at
DM
the same time,
speaking.
I'm like, I think she would force her hand because she was tired of just waiting around, just guessing.
Okay. We're kind of going off a little bit here. So,
Yeah.
Mavis, as you open the book and you see the latest entry, it basically just says, "Who is Adaria? never heard of the name. Warden of the Dragon? I do not know. Who?
I am not gonna write anything in response.
As you choose not to write, that's fine, because you, with perfect clarity of your memory, know who Adaria was. Same for Syndra, same for Tyranian. Sadly, Arzel, within a brief moment of her defenselessness or slip of the mind, did not quite kept the recollection of her party member, but even more sadly, all other particular beings soon but inevitably forget or forgot the existence of Adaria Decentra. And we will be ending the session here tonight, which I like to say, I am your DM of this evening, Miser Mark, and I am just really sad that this had to happen, even though I know it was a high possibility. Yes, I talked to the player for that, but I was hoping they could be avoided. You can find my stuff. Way of the DM, we're a storyteller, but you can find my content on both YouTube and Twitch under the same name of Miser Mark 2010. And you can also find content that I am collaborated and part of in Jeeves the Dingus and Transpace Mariner on both their YouTube and Twitch channels. And I will just send it off to Jeeves the Dingus.
Alright, well, I'm Judas Dingus on Twitter and YouTube. Tomorrow is going to be, hopefully, putting up my party a much more fun session where they get to play fun games.
No, we're gonna keep this drama up.
Yeah, we have
Maybe,
to.
potentially.
It's supposed to be fun.
It's fun. I enjoy it.
Possibly.
But knowing my party, they're going to cause drama between themselves, and it will be at zero of my fault. But I will think we're going to have a very fun session tomorrow. We will see you there, and I'll throw it over to Mariner.
Hello, I am the person that no longer exists in this game. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'll probably have a new character eventually, but yeah, I'm Transpace Mariner on Twitch, DM Mariner on Twitter, and yeah. I am a bit sad about what I did, but going into it, I kind of knew this is how I wanted to play the character, and if that was the way she went, I'd let the dice kind of decide, but they did in the end, so it is what it is. And I'll throw it over to... if he's not crying.
No.
You cut out when you said the name.
Yeah.
Oh, Moogle, sorry.
No, I'm not crying. No, seriously. Yeah, hi, I'm Goth Wiggle. I'm playing the very pissed off wizard who just had half of her plans spoiled because of dumb. And, you get to see me play my adorable, now completely confused about relationships, back to And, yeah. I do commission work, link in the description below. Yeah. Who's next?
The Ari.
Oh, well. I'm as, yeah, what a session. I will be playing as my lovely bard tomorrow, Kira. So, I'll get to witness what this party is up to. So, integrating myself into this party. And my Twitter information is down below, so hopefully just tweet about, like, D&D related stuff and art, so, yeah.
Okay. Yes, the DM's also a little lost in thought here, but thank you all again, and we will see you tomorrow. May,
Bye.
yeah,
Bye.
have a good night. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep a little bit.
Alright, we're done.
Ah.